Kia ora, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our 613th council meeting. Councillor Gerard has already opened the meeting with a karakia from a previous meeting. I have been informed there is a quorum present, and I'm pleased to declare the meeting open. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the passing of the Regional Council's first chairperson, Richard Johnson. He was the chair of the first council at its initiation or inauguration in 1989. And we want to acknowledge Richard for the service that he gave to the communities of Canterbury and to pass our acknowledgements and thoughts to his family at this time. I did understand that Councillor Mackenzie was going to say something. He isn't here, so I'll pass to Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you. I'll do a very poor job of this because I knew I only got to know Richard latterly in the last 10 years, but he was from another generation of people in terms of how he viewed the region, how he viewed the governance of the region, and very much has changed since Richard was there, but a character in his own right. And I had, won't go into too much detail of this, but I used to meet and have a meal with Richard every now and again with Ian, and Ian's was a lot closer to Richard than I was, but always enjoyed that thing. He made a comment to me once that here comes Mac now, that Eugenie Sage was his secretary. In fact, Eugenie Sage was a councillor, but that's how he viewed himself, I guess, which was awesome. Mac, I've started this tribute to Richard, but I think I'll stop now and let you carry on with it. Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie, welcome.
The trouble is I don't know what you said, Peter. But
You can say it all again anyway. We're just acknowledging the life of Richard Johnson.
Well, I think it is important to recognise Richard Johnson's contribution, not just to this council, but governance with integrity as a whole for the whole of Canterbury. And Richard, he flew, he fished, he skied, he was involved in setting up ski fields. He was a pioneer of jet boating and was one of the first presidents of the New Zealand Jet Boat Association. In fact, set it up, as I understand it. But he morphed from being the chair of the North Canterbury Catchment Board, and pest. He was involved in pest boards as well, to being the first chair of this council, and he served on the council for 15 years as chairman until he stood down. And I've reflected back, and I think I've known most of the chairs since Richard Johnson's day, and I had a fair bit to do with Richard back in the day. And without question, he brought a higher level of integrity and leadership, old-fashioned leadership, than has been shown by anybody who's tried to replace him since. And I think some of those qualities are lost and underestimated in today's world, and Richard did that extremely well. And so it's a sad day for. Well, it was a sad day. It was a good day for the Johnson family. It's a sad day for Canterbury to lose somebody of Richard's mana.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, I would have been 2 years old when he first became the chairperson of this council, so I don't know necessarily what that old style of leadership was.
I can assure you, I ski and I jet boat and I fish, and I know Canterbury quite well, a bit like Richard Johnson. I don't pretend to be anywhere near capable of filling his boots, but we shared a lot of the same values.
I need to go jet boating. It's a good task to leave us on. But anyway, thank you very much for that. I just wanted to ask if there was any apologies. I have one from Deputy Chair Cromwell. Anybody else wanting to leave the meeting early or anything? And I just acknowledge that we've got Councillor Davies online. Thank you for that. If I just ask Councillor Davies just to leave your camera off until, if you're talking, you can turn it back on. It is good. And we'll just acknowledge that we've got Will Harvey in the room from the press. Welcome, Will. Nice to have you here. Conflicts of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest in today's agenda items? No. And then moving right through into public forum, deputations and petitions. We have two public forum sessions today. One from Maurice Gardiner and another from Sabrina Luecht, Kiakoura Wildlife Centre. So firstly, I will welcome Maurice Gardiner to talk about a free bus service during the main school holiday breaks for everybody. Maurice, you're welcome to join us at the table. You will have 10 minutes to present. A bell will sound at 9 minutes to indicate that you've got a minute remaining, and then we'll do some questions as well. So welcome. Thank you very much, Maurice. Over to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Quite nervous. I did do a public speaking course quite a number of years ago in the good old days, and I was told, imagine everybody naked and you'll be fine.
You would not like to see it.
I would be arrested today if that happened, so I won't do it. I'll imagine you're all fully clothed and sensible people. So I first put this pitch to Nettles some months ago, and we had a lovely coffee at Black and White on Merrin Street. And so she said, bring it here, and this will be a good thing for us to look at and discuss. So you may have this on your desk already. Apologies for the front page. My daughter did this, and it's one of the AI produced things, but it does say what I'd like to say. On the back page, though, is the proposal. So just introducing myself, I live in Avonhead, Christchurch. And this proposal is for a free bus service in Christchurch over the school holidays. Don't panic just yet, let me finish. Christchurch is now a world leader and a New Zealand leader in innovation and development within Christchurch. In fact, we're the envy of the big cities. We all know that families are struggling today with trying to get round. They don't have enough money. They barely have enough money to survive. And that's why we got people out in the red zone. Although I did read in the paper today that a red zone member got a loan of $50,000 to buy a car. So go figure. The idea of a free bus service came from when I was with my daughter in Melbourne, and we went into the city by train and by bus and by tram, and over the school holidays it was totally free. And the idea of that was to get the people travelling around the city who wouldn't normally travel around. They'd stay in their own suburbs, and we have people here that travel in their own suburbs and don't leave the areas. I personally know of a family who only have enough money for their car to get to work and back again. They don't go anywhere on the weekends apart from walking around the area, and that's because of the financial crisis that we're in. The benefits to having a free bus service during the 3 school holiday periods is that people will be able to get round more. People will take the bus and go to Sumner and Brighton, go into the city, go into Margaret Mihi Playground, the gardens, the boat shed, libraries, city centres, the malls, Diamond Harbour or Sumner. They wouldn't do that if they had to run their car, because it meant that some people wouldn't be able to get to work on Monday. Now, there are a lot of people who can afford to use their cars on weekends. This will help them get to know the buses better, and during the non-holiday time, people will then be able to travel, or feel that they'll be able to travel in the bus rather than take their car. So there are some advantages to maybe getting more patronage to the bus during the non-holiday period time. I'm actually sick of hearing Auckland say that we're the super city, we are the largest city in Christchurch. I think that we now can say, if we take this on board, that we are the greatest city in New Zealand. So if any questions, I'd appreciate that.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation, Maurice. I appreciate you coming in and presenting that to us. And your AI, I'm just going to put it up here. AI pamphlet paper, it looks good. I think, use the tools that we've got for us today as I say, as useful. So, and I think it's done a good job at presenting.
It's my daughter's AI.
And I say they've done well, so you can go back and
Right.
say thank you to her. But I've got a number of questions from councillors. I've got Ian, Ashley, and then John Faulkner, then Nettles and Andrea. Yes, Ian. Oh, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, Maurice. The concept of free buses, somebody has to pay, and we have some of the cheapest buses still in New Zealand, public transport buses in New Zealand, and some of the highest rates of subsidy from the ratepayer to that bus service. So you're proposing clearly to put the cost of the so-called free buses more onto the ratepayers again for a heavier level of subsidy. Is that what you're saying? That's who you're proposing to pay for this. That's a question. Yeah.
So I understand there's a cost. There's also a cost for not doing it. So by not doing it, it means that we just leave the status quo. By doing it, it means that we're actually saying we care for the people of Christchurch. We hear you and we understand what you're going through. So what we'd like to do is to make this time free. The benefit of making it free is that there'll be more patronage later, so that will be offset. Also, Christchurch buses, correct me if I'm wrong, have never made a profit. I've been in the workforce since, I don't know, a long time. And buses have never, ever made a profit. So we always subsidise them. We can't take them away. They're there. But I think by doing this, it will actually make the buses more available to a lot more people to say, hey, I'm going to take the buses because they did this free for us during that time. Does that answer?
Councillor Campbell?
Not at all.
That's all right. You gave it a good shot.
Hi, Maurice. I think this is a brilliant idea. Philosophically, I'm very much in favour of it. If you hung around for the rest of this council meeting, you'd find that we're going to discuss several items of public transport and whether we can afford to fund them without the government funding that we thought we were going to get. So, as you probably know, public transport is paid for by government funding, ECAN funding and fares. We can't do it without the government funding. It costs too much. So my question to you is, have you gone and had a conversation with your local MP about this idea and discussed with him the benefits of government making more money available to ECAN so that more people can take the bus?
So I have spoken to the Mayor and to Sam about this pitch. Sam encouraged me to talk to Nettles. I can't answer that question because I'm a builder in Christchurch, so I don't know where all your funding comes from and how that works. But I did figure out that and you're not going to like this, but if the fares went up 30 cents a trip over the year for each trip, it would actually cover the cost of the holiday time. So that answers your question and hopefully helps your question.
I would encourage you to go and talk to your local MP as well, and discuss the importance of government support for advances in public transport, because that makes it much easier for us to say yes.
We've got Councillor Faulkner, Lamont, and then Davis, and then we'll end there.
Thanks, Maurice. I have a family member living in Melbourne, and I've been there when they've had free transport, and it is quite good. And I just wonder, I support the idea and concept. I don't support it over all school holidays. It would perhaps be quite good to do a small trial, and whether it would just be incorporated into the CBD district to get people into the centre and doing those things, Margaret Mihi and things like that. But I think it's got merit, and perhaps we as a council should consider some format. So it's not a question, it's more a statement.
Thanks, Councillor Faulkner. That sounds like the Zone Zero concept, which I would still love to see one day. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you so much for being brave enough to come in and present to us. That's really awesome. As we spoke about previously, that it's a great concept. It comes at a cost, and that's what every day we around this table struggle with: a constrained purse and a lot of really important projects. The government recently announced they're going to fund the operation of a new gondola from the Queenstown Airport into the town, and fund it out of the National Land Transport Funding. And frankly, I was quite gobsmacked, because Christchurch is our second largest city, and we currently have a deficit of millions to run public transport, and we are looking down the barrel of having to constrict services rather than increase them. We want affordable and available public transport. And turning this into a question, it was very similar to my colleague Councillor Campbell's about lobbying central government for more money from the region. I would encourage you not to give up and keep it at front of mind. This is an election year. Thank you very much.
Councillor Davis and then Robinson.
Thank you so much, Maurice. I happen to be the chairperson of the Sumner Community Residents Association as well, where we struggle with traffic every summer. We want people on the bus. We really want people on the bus, because idling in your car in a 30-degree day is not the future. So I will be going in 2 weeks' time to the city to do a deputation on something else, waste, out in our community. And I will bring this up to them about free buses to Sumner in the summer, because it is the future, and we can do congestion charging. We can't, but the city can. So I think this is a city problem in a way, and we all need to work together on it. But thank you so much, because if you hadn't come here today, I wouldn't really have pushed it, but I'm going to push it.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you for your deputation today. I've got a sister who lives in Melbourne, so a lovely city and very well structured for public transport as well. So I think this is one of the benefits of probably having a state system like in Australia, where the regional laws are actually really strong, but unfortunately we're in a whole series of reform right now. And so, the wish list is quite large. Just looking at Australia's functions and how they're actually managing that cost is actually quite interesting too, because it's costing the taxpayer $15 million to have even free weekends. But they're saying in the benefits for congestion and emissions and health of its people is actually another assessment we need to actually look at. And they're looking at the health side of it and, the emissions thing. So I think, thank you very much for coming here today. But I'm just hoping too that with our new national ticketing system, the data will become so much more apparent that there's no longer an argument about what we need. And I look forward to that. So thank you very much for coming. And I agree with you.
No, I've got to close off. Thank you, Maurice, for bringing this to us. If you've got one last comment, did you want to make?
I understand what you're saying, and what I'm hearing a lot is cost, cost, cost. And I hear that even before I came here. But the people of Christchurch who, you know, you and the council take rates from are the ones who are paying and paying and paying, and more and more and more.
Opportunity cost, absolutely.
Yeah, but it's actually a real golden opportunity for you guys maybe to look beyond the costs, but look at, you know, the benefits for the people of the city, the poor people of the city, the people that live in areas where they can't even get out and about, you know.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maurice. I do need to end it
so
there,
much.
but I appreciate that. We'll bring a resolution up onto the screen to receive or acknowledge your deputation, and I encourage you to keep talking about those opportunities that are there, because I think cost is one thing, opportunity cost is another thing. I will have Councillor Lamont will move this, and Councillor Campbell will second it. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried again. Thank you very much. Next we have Sabrina Luecht. Sorry, Sabrina, if I have said your last name incorrectly. Welcome again. We have had you here before, talking about the Kiakoura Wildlife. From Kiakoura Wildlife Centre to talk to us about the little penguins in Kiakoura, the kōrero. Sabrina, 10 minutes, and then questions. Thank you very much. And maybe Sabrina isn't hearing me. We've got some problems with Teams, I think. Yeah. Sounds like we've got a sound problem with Teams. We've got an issue there, and who has Sabine? Does anybody know Sabrina's phone number? Sabrina's phone number, to give her a call so that we can get her to start talking. Apparently, we've just got some problems with sounds on Teams. Still working on the live stream, but not on Teams. Okay. Otherwise, we'll just have to get her to come back another time.
We might be able to reach her on Facebook Messenger call just to check in.
Yeah, we can do that on sound.
What's that?
If we can contact her by cell phone or messenger, then we can have that to hear and see her online.
Can we just adjourn for 1 minute while we sort this out, and then if we can't get that sorted out, then we'll just move on, and we'll. Sabrina is trying to talk, but we can't hear her.
Is she still online on your phone?
Is Sabrina, are you talking?
No. Can you put her on your phone and we'll put her
No,
on speaker?
that's not going to work very well.
It does work though if you put the microphone.
No. Okay, so I'm going to. We're just going to have to pause Sabrina's time with us. The technology isn't letting us talk. If we have time or find time later, we may come back to this and give her the opportunity today, but we need to move on with this meeting. So can we unadjourn and come back online live? Are we back online live? Okay, so for everybody who is online listening, we're having some problems with our tech with Teams. For some reason, isn't doing sound, and we've had this with Councillor Davies as well. So Sabrina is going to try and come back in online. If she can't, if we can't hear her, then we're going to move on from this item, and we'll find another time to get Sabrina to present to us. Don't think so. Sabrina, can you hear us? No. Okay, so we're going to move on. Sorry, so if somebody can contact Sabrina and just say we're going to try and sort this issue out. If we can't sort it out, then we're going to have another time to get Sabrina to talk to us. So we'll move into item 5, extraordinary and urgent, deputations and petitions. There have been no deputations or petitions for our meeting today. Extraordinary and urgent business, I haven't received any, but is there anything that anybody wanted to raise? No. Notices of motion, we have received no notices of motion. Now I want to move to 7.1, unconfirmed minutes of the Council, 22nd of July 2026. The minutes of the previous meeting are on pages 6 of the agenda and pages 2 to 50 of the separately circulated attachments. Are there any matters of accuracy relating to the minutes for this meeting on 22nd of July 2026? No, if not, I can have the resolutions up on the screen, and I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Davis. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against, that is carried. If we can just let Sabrina know that we'll try and find a time potentially after lunch if we fix this IT issue. Yep. Item 8.1, Wilding Conifer Program, acceptance of additional funding. Pages 7 to 11 of the agenda. Recommendations are on page 7. Tom Scott, Team Leader of Strategy and Planning, Judith Earl Goulet, General Manager Catchment Implementation, Carl Diamond, Manager of Biodiversity and Biosecurity, and Brett Aldridge, Director of Operations, will introduce this report. Come to the table, team, and it is over to you. Go through the report, and we'll ask questions and
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for having us along to talk to this paper this morning. Really appreciate it. There's a lot of information in the paper about the additional money from MPI coming to fund wilding conifer control. We've been jointly running programs funded through MPI to control wilding conifers in Canterbury since 2003. So we have a long history of delivery of this program in partnership with using funding from MPI to reduce conifer spread in Canterbury. I'm going to hand over to Carl Diamond, the Manager for Biodiversity and Biosecurity, to talk to some key points ahead of this paper is read.
Kia ora koutou. I'd like to note the following points, but otherwise I will take the paper as read. So the paper itself requests delegation to receive $12.7 million of funding for this financial year as a result of the government's announcement to increase the National Wilding Conifer Program funding by $79 million over the next 3 years, noting that our portion of that $79 million over the next 2 years is unknown. The paper also requests delegation of authority for the remainder of this financial year to receive any other funding associated with both the Wilding and Wallaby national programs to the CE and Director Corporate and Public Transport Services. Every year to date, we have received unplanned funding throughout the year. This delegation enables us to work as efficiently as possible should further funding become available. We note that this year's total work package, including funding from all sources, is $17.6 million. This is an increase of relative significance compared to the previous 3 years, where funding has been 9.1, 8.3 and 8.7 million respectively. In order to deliver this without increased operational, contractual, health and safety, relationship and staff wellbeing risks for Environment Canterbury, we've created 3 fixed-term positions for the next 3 years to ensure we can appropriately manage the program of works. To enable us to do this without increasing ratepayer costs, we've come to an agreement with the MPI that we can spend up to 10% of the total national funding received on project management costs. This is up from the historic agreement of 5%. For context, last year's project management costs were approximately 6%. Forecasting for this year should see us remain under 8%. For clarity, the 10% is not a target. It simply ensures that we should not need to spend ratepayers' money to deliver a national program. Any portion of the 10% not required will go directly to operations. Also, for clarity, in the context of this paper, project management costs are all costs that are not directly related to control on the ground. Finally, and of potential delivery significance for the national program is the commencement of the creation of the National Pest Management Plan. This has the potential to create a national rule framework to secure ongoing funding from appropriate sources and set a new operational delivery model. Environment Canterbury staff are actively involved in the creation of both the National Pest Management Plan and the review of the National Program Strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have questions of councillors. I'll start with Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Chair Swiggs. I have concerns at the costs of implementing this additional funding. It's all about, and it's made clear by our ministers and our Prime Minister, about getting the money on the ground. So first question is, what are these 3 roles that we are creating and why?
Through the chair. The 3 roles are the first role is another delivery lead. We have 2 existing delivery leads, so they're actively overseeing the operations themselves. The next 2 roles is a project coordinator and operational analyst. These 2 roles will help with the administrative aspects of delivery of the operations. A big chunk of what is required is the management of data from all operations, and that is not only for our own records, but that is a requirement for MPI's records.
Have we not had a data analyst in the past to gather this information? So I know we've got extra funding, but it shouldn't actually create much extra work. And also I have concerns too that at the Wilding Pine Conference, MPI announced that they were going to employ more staff as well. So, that really rings alarm bells.
Through the chair, I can't speak to MPI's recruitment. In terms of our own recruitment, yes, we do have a current operational analyst. Effectively, the data we're going to be managing is going to be doubling. The amount of information that's going to be coming in is going to be double what it currently is. We've looked at a number of different operating models in order to get the most efficient use of labour, to make sure that we keep that percentage of project management costs as low as possible, and 8% in terms of a program of this size and nature, I feel is very efficient. It's just the quantity of information that we're going to be dealing with is what it comes down to.
Do you have further questions, Councillor Ward?
Won't the contractors that we employ be supplying us with a lot of the on-ground data that's actually happening?
Through the chair, correct.
Further questions? Councillor Faulkner and then Councillor McKenzie.
In regard to the data capture, that would be a contractual requirement set by MPI, isn't it? That there is a substantial amount of data to confirm the effectiveness of the operation.
Through the chair, correct.
Councillor McKenzie.
I share Councillor Ward's concerns about the overhead costs that we seem to be excited about imposing on this fund, and one of my concerns is when people talk percentages of total funds, because when you're in business, actually, it's not the larger the amount of money you spend, then the less the percentage should be. So we actually should be talking about the bare minimum cost. So I've got questions as what is the data we have to collect? And if we're already doing that, why does that have to be in proportion to the amount of money that's available? And we've been already running these programs, and I can't understand why we need to beef up the back office part of the project rather than actually make sure that 99.9%, now I'm beating myself at my own game talking about percentages, isn't spent out in the field.
Through the chair, if I'm being really honest, we're not. We probably don't have the resourcing we need to deliver. That we don't have the number of people required now to ensure our own staff. My staff are, many of them doing 50+ hour weeks to manage and make sure that we're managing the risks associated with this program. We're looking to double this program of work. We don't do this lightly. We're certainly not excited by it, and we take great pride in reducing those costs and ensuring that as much of this money as possible is going into operations on the ground. To do this, we've looked at a number of different operating models, and we've assessed the most efficient way to undertake this. And the answer that we have come up with is these 3 roles. A delivery lead role in itself is it's a relatively high banded role, relatively expensive. We looked through the creation of a project coordinator role and an operational analyst role to try and remove some of those works that our currently delivery leads are doing to a more administrative based roles, cheaper costs, and the likes of that. We are actively trying to reduce these costs as much as possible. And comparatively to most other councils, most other fund holders for MPI, we are coming in below in terms of costs. And we have one of the most complicated programs to deliver. If you look at Marlborough and they're primarily dealing with one landholder. You go down south and they're primarily dealing with 5 landholders. We're dealing with hundreds. Where we have our program is a very complicated program to deliver, and we are well known and respected for our ability to deliver it at a very low level cost.
Councillor Campbell.
I think you've kind of answered the questions that I was going to ask anyway, which were around this being a significant amount of money that has to be spent by June the 30th, and making sure that we're able and capable to do that effectively and efficiently. But in what you've been saying in answer to other questions, I'm quite confident that that's the case.
Councillor Robinson.
Very similar, but I just guess immediately I'm concerned about your load and your working life. And the agreement states that you can allow up to 10% or 1.27 million to cover the administration and extra people. And my concern is that it is a huge amount of money to spend in effectively less than 10 months. And can you do that safely? And it's a hard thing to put it on you, and it's probably more the chief executive. Just capacity-wise, I feel for you.
Through the chair, so this actually won't be our biggest year that we've delivered. We have delivered 2020. We delivered in a single year. It was just under $25 million. We've come a long way. As Jude mentioned earlier, we've been doing this for a number of years now, and the systems and the processes that we have in place, the panels of contractors that we have out in the community that we're now actively working with, the health and safety. We've done a lot of work in the background. This year we're looking to deliver, it's approximately 140 operations. We've actually already planned that out for the year, and we're aiming to deliver it 1 month early to give us space. We'll be actively monitoring that on a monthly basis to see if at any stage we're starting to fall behind. And if we start to see those risks, you'll see that coming through in your reporting.
Councillor Scott. Yes.
Thank you. Look, I'm not wanting to be critical at all of the services you deliver, because you do a good job. But what I would question, I guess, after sitting in that Biosecurity South Island meeting, is our ability to deliver more money to the problem. And my calculations are probably really, really bad. There's $105 million in this program. And if you look at what MPI is going to take out of it, and you know what the 10% and others are going to take over. It's like that's $20 million almost. So my question to you is, there must be other ways of delivering this across a ministerial program. So it's the minister's responsible for this. There must be better ways of ensuring that the overhead, no criticism of where you're going to spend your overhead, but where the overhead's spent in Wellington to get this job done. Go, Brett.
Kia ora, through you, Chair. I'll just step back a bit. I sit as a co-convener in Biomanagers, which is a Tūraka Hika Biodiversity Biosecurity work, and there is a Wilding Conifer working group that is under there. And this is a conversation that's happening for the future about how do we deliver this better New Zealand Inc-wise, rather than currently, since 2003, MPI have said the regional councils are the delivery arm of this program. We think there's an opportunity for a broader conversation. That's happening, but we haven't landed anything. So I just want to signal there are those other questions between the sector and MPI and what could future be. We're not there right now for this year's delivery.
And I think there is an absolute desire here, and there's an opportunity through this what's going on with local government to look at larger delivery options. And I want to ask the Chief Executive to have a word on that matter.
Councillor Scott, I think you raise a really important point with regard to what would maybe super regional or inter-regional delivery look like. And I think that is absolutely worthy of conversation in the space of biosecurity, could very likely be in the care of flood resilience and the like. And it is certainly what leaders across the country are talking about. And in terms of our regional council services, how might they be delivered differently in future? That doesn't attend to today. I appreciate that. But those are the kinds of conversations that certainly should happen.
I do think that it opens a door to us that we shouldn't close. Like, we should not close this door. Our discussions, and I guess from Nick's point of view and my point of view, there are some fruitful discussions to be had. That South Island Biosecurity Working Group certainly have got some really good ideas in terms of how they're going to do things. But the point that I'm trying to make is... Yeah, I'm going to ask a question. Yeah. My point that I'm going to make is we have a position to play in that too. And so we need to understand what's going on. My question to you is, how do we actually integrate the governance side of what you're trying to do with the biosecurity group and your stuff to make sure that we get the things that the Chief Executive just mentioned?
Through the Chair, there's lots of different levels there that we could be working in terms, and Jude's mentioned some, Stephanie's also mentioned some. There is we are actively working, there is, of course, there's discussion happening at the moment about this National Pest Management Plan as well. And this is just one potential tool that enables us to really look at the structure of delivery and create and look at the entity and the delivery model and everything associated with it. Governance could help in the background there. We're actively involved as an organisation in that discussion. We're working very closely with the MPI on that. Yeah.
I'll just add one thing before I go to Councillor Gerard on that point. I will be meeting with Minister Hoggard on Monday to discuss, and not in my role as the chair of this council, but in the Te Uru Kahiko role, to discuss regional. We recently released the biosecurity paper from Te Uru Kahiko, and we're going to be discussing that. As part of that is regional delivery through this transition and ensuring that regional, interregional, larger scale, what does it look like, and what support can the government give to that, and what support regional sector can give backwards. So I think we could take that offline and have that conversation, because I think it is very relevant and important. And the data that we gather from this can help inform that. So that's my plea, would be to ensure that whatever data we're collecting, can that help figure out what best delivery models are happening? Because I know this interface is only in regional council, but we've got a whole lot of government land and stuff like that. So will that data that you're collecting through your data analysts help us to build that picture for potential better service delivery if things change?
In short, any data collected helps us to get a better baseline. With that baseline, enables us to understand a potential for delivery models. So the short answer is yes.
Okay, good. Yeah. I'll be following up on that now. Councillor Gerard?
Yes, following up from this is thinking about the contractors and their businesses, how, the funding mechanism of 2020, was it, and now 2026, we're having these and which must be extremely hard for these contractors who have to set up all the health and safety and staff and, all that. How are they coping?
It's definitely for contractors as business models. It's no doubt something that they have to manage. We do our absolute best to give as much advance notice of any potential change that we may be seeing on the horizon. The good thing about what's happening right now is effectively MPI have locked in 3 years. Now that's great for contractors. They know that for the next 3 years they have a level of security associated with this work. Hopefully through discussions in the future they'll get a little bit of a heads up as to what may happen post that 3-year period. But we do our absolute best to give as much notice as possible to our contractors to enable them to prepare.
Just to follow up, so the staff that are going to be set up I guess we don't know, but will they be able to continue with that 3-year program for efficiencies? No, we don't know.
Okay, Councillor Davis?
Yeah, I just want to say, the scale of the problem is just so huge, right? And we're not, we are getting somewhere. But my question is, are there enough contractors? Is it the kind of this thing where there's not enough plumbers in the country? Do we not have enough contractors?
Through the chair, as it stands right now, the way that we work is we operate through panels of contractors. So we have ground control panels, mechanical panels, aerial panels, and we have a number of contractors on each of those. And they, of course, as individual businesses, get larger and smaller as business need requires. And we are not their only client as well. So the short answer is yes. There is a very small risk associated with contractor availability, but we're in front of that. So I don't think that will show up as an issue through this program.
Councillor Faulkner.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just looking at point 2 of the recommendation, and I'm thinking back as being part of the Huronui District Land Care Group, we got significant funds in different instances from MPI, and part of our role as governors was to do exactly that: execute, receive, administer, and manage. But also on our regular meetings, we were updating on quality assurance and reporting back on the effective delivery. And I think that's what I'm hearing around the room. That's the biggest concern. What sort of reporting back will come to council so that those concerns are alleviated?
Brett, did you have something you want to say to that?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment that we are very good at doing this work. We are very good at this control work. And these positions, although office-bound, are not backroom. They are contributing to frontline delivery and the insurance of it. So we have some obligations to ensure value for money spend. And that means that we have every desire to get the biggest bang on ground and outcome for the money. And we need to make sure it's done in a way that maintains the health and safety of everyone involved. That requires good data to be able to analyse and understand what's going on and where, and to adjust our operations. and these are the people who are going to do that. And I think this it does seem like a spend, but it will get more on the ground if we do it right.
Councillor Ward.
Can I? I don't think I
Your
really
follow-up?
got an answer to that question. It was, what is the council going to get in the way of confirmation reporting?
It'll be included in the quarterly reporting that comes to council, just generalised updates. Yep.
Councillor Ward.
Just one final question, and then I'd like to move the motion, if that's okay. But do you tender, put out for tender the contractor's work?
Through the chair, yes, we do. We put our tender out. I think the current one is, I think all three of the current, they're either 3 or 5 years. I can't recall actually off the top of my head the periods, but we go through a full tender process and everything associated with it. So yes, yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? Rightio. Thank you very much, staff, for presenting this paper and answering the questions, and appreciate you bringing your expertise into the space. May I please have the resolutions up on the screen? So here are the resolutions that are being presented to us. May I have a mover? And Councillor Ward, and seconded by Councillor Scott. Debate. Councillor Ward, do you want to open the debate?
Firstly, I'd like to thank our staff for bringing this paper to us, and also our staff need to be commended for the work they've done in the past on this wild empine program, and it is difficult when you have a very stop-start funding program, and I think they've handled that very well. Don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful for this additional funding. And over the last 10 years, we've seen our wild empine area grow from 1.8 million hectares to almost 3.2 million hectares now. An out-of-control situation, one could say, which has been fueled by lack of funding, retiring of grazing land, and a stop-start of annual funding. The Mackenzie area where I live probably has gone backwards 25 to 30% in the last 3 years, just to mention one area. The certainty of funding for the next 3 years is a fantastic outcome achieved by individuals campaigning, requesting, and showing our government ministers the severe challenges of this species throughout New Zealand. We must remember that this is taxpayer money that could be spent on various other critical needs, from health, education, policing, roading, and lots of other things. We must spend this money wisely. I do have deep concerns at times of the cost of implementing these programs. We are being watched by our ministers, and future funding will be forthcoming after this initial 3 years if we show favourable outcomes. This was announced by our Prime Minister, our Deputy Prime Minister, and our Minister of Biosecurity when they proposed this additional $79 million of funding in May in Queenstown. If left unmanaged, the wild in Conifer could affect up to 25% of this country in the next 30 years and cost us billions of dollars in economic loss over the next 30 years. Finally, once again, I commend our staff on the program they have delivered in the past, and here's looking forward to a positive, productive outcomes on a lower cost structure. Thank you.
Councillor Ward. Sorry, Councillor Scott. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think this is, we've had a good discussion, and thank you for the depth and the answers to your questions, and sorry about putting this pressure on you, but I guess that's our job. I think there's a couple of things I'd like to say about that. I think that we actually act between governance and management in silos sometimes, in terms of we're not joined up enough on these things. I was encouraged by that South Island Biosecurity Group in terms of their thinking on this, and also encouraged when at the Wilding Pines Conference by a consensus between ourselves, Otago and Southland, about where we should go and support for acting as the South Island in this thing. And I think that possibly my feeling about this is that a national strategy is too wide for us. We need a Canterbury strategy. 70% of the funding comes to Canterbury, and 70% of that is spent in Nick's backyard in the Mackenzie. And I think that we can do better than that, actually. I think that in terms of the overhead, and I said 20 million, I might be out by a couple on that. But if we look at a 3-year program, then 20 million is a lot of overhead. And are we all doing this, trying to do the same thing? And I get the health and safety stuff, right? I get that. I'm not going to question that at all, because I get myself into trouble. But my point that I'd like to make to you in this little sermon, Chair, is if you are meeting with Hogga, then you need to ensure that the points that have been made in this meeting are understood. I know that he is concerned about overheads. I know he is concerned about that. Are there areas there where we could do that better? Not necessarily out of Wellington, maybe out of Christchurch or Timaru or somewhere, but and we actually need, just to reinforce Councillor Ward's point, we do need a 10 to 15 year strategy. And having been to the conference and look at the mess that Southland's in, it's a different mess than our mess. A lot of our mess, if we act and get the right amount of money, I think we can get on top of it in sort of 10 to 15 years. So there's that also. And we don't want to go back to the future. Back to the future where we fall off a cliff and we get nothing. And then there's a 30% increase in the funding required to get on top of the thing, again. So some good points. And I hope that you take them to the Minister, Chair. Thank you.
That is my intention. It's not if I am. Ian or Councillor Mackenzie.
Look, I just want to say I support the mover and seconder in supporting these motions. I thought Brett and his team answered the questions around scrutiny extremely well, and make the point that I have confidence that they will be able to deliver an extremely good program here.
Any further question? Any further debate? Councillor Robinson.
I won't hold or stand in the way of this funding. Like it's very good for what we do, and we're very good at delivering it. Because I would be disingenuous to say that it's very hard to receive so much money for one avenue of what we do well and not receive money or even acknowledgement on the things that we could do well. And so, although I do applaud Councillor Ward and Scott on the other side of the table for getting this, it is good. But it's one good in a series of extremely bads. And I feel very disheartened in this day and age, and I have to acknowledge the fact that there's so many things we can't deliver. And yeah, that's my commentary on that. It is good. It's good for our water, it's good for the environment. However, there's so many losses here.
Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I commend the work of my fellow councillors, staff and others in convincing government of the need. I guess they did not need the convincing of the need, but the appropriation of the monies. I think back to the early mid-2000s, 2010, 12, the beginning of the zone committee process, and looking at the Upper Selwyn and the challenges we faced with wild and conifers there, and the changes that have been made with opportunity, time, goodwill and money. I think of the time I spent travelling to Twizel on the zone committee 2 or 3 times a month, and the transformation from 2016 on as those pine trees were removed, and it became quite stark as to who was removing, who was doing their job, and where some of the residual recidivists were lying. And it really looked to me an exciting place to be, what was being achieved. And then to see over the last few years almost a reversion back to what it was, given the millions of dollars that have been spent. So absolutely commend all those involved in getting this money taking forward. Without it, we will change the landscape of New Zealand, and that is not the New Zealand any of us want to live in. So thank you.
Lamont, and then Davis, and then Gerard, and then we'll have to wrap up.
I support Councillors Ward and Scott in this funding. councillors have really given a clear steer on the need to be using these funds wisely. It's more than a 9 to 5 operation. We need delivery on the ground as effectively and efficiently as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Davis and then Gerard.
Yeah, I'm very much in support. It's 3.2 million hectares is a lot of area to cover, and now we're going to have 4 deliveries, and that's 800,000 hectares each delivery roll. So it's a big task, and I just hope for the future that we can get on top of this problem.
Gerard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm in agreement with Councillor Ward and Scott. However, I just would like to add to my comment here will be that I think in the future I'd like to have a look at how the landowner, the landholder and the Crown leased land holder, their responsibilities for this program, and we're to have a look at the lease conditions and whether there is scope where there's total neglect, whether this could be addressed by LINZ.
Thank you. Just before I go back to Councillor Ward to sum up and finish the debate, I just wanted to say one thing around how important the biosecurity and biodiversity work is in the regional council functions that we have. The report that we released recently from Te Urukahika mentioned, I think it's $147 million per annum regional councils are investing in biosecurity work across New Zealand. That's protecting, if we through the transition of regional councils, if there was a lack or a drop in the delivery of the biosecurity, we're looking at $1.5 billion of lost productivity. That's not any biodiversity losses, that's productivity. That's a massive cost to New Zealand in terms of our productive economy. Now, that's the risks that we're talking about here, and I want to applaud our teams for having a clear focus on delivery, and I want to make sure and ensure that as governors we will continue to back our teams to deliver, because if we don't deliver, that's the risk. And I don't want that risk to be on our shoulders. I don't want us to be the ones that drop the ball on delivery. We can be doing so much more, and if we do more, we will see better benefits. But let's not lose the baselines of what we're doing. The stopping and starting of these programs is a real problem, and I think we need to have a real conversation with the Crown about baselining some of these programs, and then enhancing baselines for things that we're potentially not doing already, because a lot of the cost in this bureaucracy is the stopping and starting, the doing the contracts and then having to sack staff and then having to rehire them. That's got to stop. It's not good enough. So let's do this better. But really good work to the teams. Thank you to the government. Thanks to the Minister Hoggard and whoever else in the government has been advocating for this funds, because it does make a difference. Councillor Ward.
Finally, in summing up, I'd just like to reiterate some of the things you've said, Chair Swiggs. We do need to stop this stop-start funding, and so I'm really grateful. And it was an amazing day when the government did announce this additional funding. We do need to keep on top of it, because we don't want to have 25% of our land covered in wilding pines. And I'd like just once again commend our staff. They do a fantastic job. Sorry that we've asked some hard questions this morning, but I guess it's all about getting bang for buck. And here's hoping going forward that we can achieve some positive outcomes and the funding keeps coming forward. I guess my only concern is, and as Peter or as Councillor Scott alluded to, is that what and how will we control wilding pines once local government reform comes along and we have different models. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ward. All right, all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Good outcome, good debate. I've had a request from Councillor Davies to adjourn the meeting. because we have these tech issues. Unfortunately, I'm not going to adjourn the meeting. We've got all of the staff here. We've got all of us in the room. We just need to continue to keep going. It's a risk. If you're overseas, it's a risk. Tech is not going to work the way that you think it's going to work. I understand that from myself. And we will hope and try and keep working to get these tech issues fixed as soon as possible. But we do have 14 councillors in the room, and we've got to continue. Council approach to Head Start process, next steps on simplifying local government, 8.2, that's on pages 12 to 18 of the agenda. Recommendations are on page 12. Henry Peach, Lead Strategy Advisor, and Patrick Lindsay, Head of Strategic Transition, will introduce this report. If you can come to the table.
Morena koutou. So as you'll all be aware, we're right in the middle of government's simplifying local government process, which seeks to reorganise local government structures across the country. You'll be aware that Head Start proposals were submitted by territorial authorities on the 9th of August after a 3-month development period. The next step, we understand Cabinet will be making decisions, in-principle decisions, on those Head Start proposals in September this year. And the following step will be more detailed design of those proposals in advance of further decisions by Cabinet in March 2027. With that update on the context and the timeframe and where we sit within that process, I just want to hand over to Henry Peach, the Lead Strategy Advisor in the Strategic Transition Unit, to speak to the paper and how we propose to navigate the next steps of this process. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. So this paper does 3 things. It updates you on the 5 proposals that were submitted under Head Start. It seeks direction for staff to develop regional options for delivering regional functions under this new context. And it enables the Simplifying Local Government Elected Members Reference Group to be discharged and for future discussions on this to return to Council and the committee table. So as you'll be aware, there were 5 Head Start proposals that have been submitted across Canterbury. There's the one down in South Canterbury, North Otago for a unitary council. There's a standalone Selwyn Unitary Council, a standalone Christchurch City Unitary Council, a North Canterbury Unitary Council, and a proposal for Kiakoura to merge with the Marlborough Unitary Council. All these proposals take different approaches in terms of incorporating regional functions. So the South Canterbury, North Otago, and Kiakoura Marlborough proposal assume that most regional functions will transfer to them, with the exceptions of functions like regional transport committees and regional spatial planning. Whereas Christchurch, Selwyn, and North Canterbury, their proposals generally assume that most regional functions are shared in some form, but they differ or don't have too much detail about what exactly those functions are or which functions they are, where they would sit or how they would be governed. And all proposals effectively acknowledge that a function-by-function analysis is going to be needed in the detailed design stage, which would come next if these proposals are approved. So we believe that there's an opportunity, and it would be useful for the Regional Council to assess the implications of delivering regional functions under different models in this context. It would support us to engage with territorial authorities about the opportunities and the trade-offs of different approaches. We think it would be no regrets work for us to do now. It could support the detailed design phase of Head Start proposals if they get greenlit. If they don't, and Canterbury councils move into the backstart process, then it can support a thorough analysis of what could happen there. Something we've heard from the previous briefing with you is a desire for the council to remain neutral on the future form of local government in Canterbury. So our aim with this work is to develop practical delivery options and to identify trade-offs, but it's not to identify a preferred approach for the council. We expect to progress this work through the Strategy and Policy Committee in alignment with its terms of reference. And as we work through the scoping of this project, we can confer with that committee. The paper also notes that work could be supported through engagement with Te Runanga or Ngāi Tahu and territorial authorities. Just a correction that this paper should have referred to engagement with Papa Tupu Runanga rather than Te Runanga. And this approach to engaging with partners can be directed by the Strategy and Policy Committee. And any decisions that should eventuate, not that we're necessarily expecting any, could obviously come back to Council. And finally, the paper reflects the last briefing where Council has expressed a desire to return the simplifying local government discussions to the Council and committee tables, so it enables you to discharge the duties of the SLG elected members reference group. Any questions?
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether the next bit that you're talking about doesn't need some governance involvement in looking at entities for function. It's a conversation that we keep having. It was the utmost thought in our minds when this group was set up. So my question to you is, how do we, and maybe Stephanie, you should answer this rather than staff, but I see a need for governments to be involved in referencing those different types of functions. When we're talking to people in regional and the TAs, and also having some of those higher level conversations with DIA, and when we get across them, that's the thing we talk about. We talk about, hey, you don't want to lose this function. I've talked in here a number of times, and David Perrineau O'Connell has had me on that I haven't said the word for a while, but predated. We can't see our services being predated here, our functions. So my question is, do you think there needs to be some or continuation of some sort of entity? Maybe this isn't the right one, but where do we go to next with this? That's my question.
So we had imagined analysing how functions could be delivered across different geographical contexts, sort of across different councils in a shared service model. And then there's that second order question perhaps about what kind of entity should deliver that. Should it be a CCO? Should it be some kind of committee with appointed mayors and things like that? So I guess we envisage analysing a range of options, not necessarily proposing or advocating for one, but that's certainly a question that we imagine answering or trying to answer.
So a part of it, if you don't mind, Chair, part of the conversation that we had at Walding Pines with Hoggard was that we think that the biosecurity function, for example, and we've talked about that earlier under the Walding Pine funding, could be delivered on a South Island level. The Minister was... the Minister made the comment, well, if I'm not milking cows, I might be able to help, because, he needs to get back into Parliament. So I guess we've got a bit of time up our sleeves before we actually start that lobbying process. But in his instance, he was really keen to understand what that would look like. And my conversations with others in Wellington has been the fact that there's not a lot of people got their head in this space. So I'm just wondering where, what do we do next?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. It's an absolutely timely question, and is something that this council should be all over. A couple of comments from me. One is that one could see, depending on how decisions are made, that regional council service delivery is either predated or fragmented because pieces are taken rather than considerations of the whole for the best outcomes for the communities at the lowest cost, just referencing your previous kororo. Therefore, it is absolutely pivotal that we do that. There are different ways of doing that. Phasing the amalgamations of the TAs and then bringing the regional services in later would be one, or some other ways of putting models forward around which service delivery is critical for either a super region, an island, or the nation as a whole. In terms of how we do that, my understanding from staff is that there were to be briefings working with you, and you would be providing that guidance, and that would go through the Strategy and Policy Committee in its usual terms of reference. In terms of the specific question, Councillor Scott, it is always your prerogative to create a further working group or reference group of all of you or some of you to work with staff, as you did with regard to the summit, which was a superb leadership piece and has been recognized nationally. So I hope that puts some pieces into context for you.
It does, and thanks for that. And maybe the chair and deputy chair and others can consider that. The point that was hammered home to me.
Have you got a question, though?
Yes, I have got a question. Is that I need to make a point first. I'm being told off by her for doing that. You're going to tell me off too, are you?
I'm telling you off. No, I'm not telling
Is
you
that
off.
when
We're in questions.
When we transition to this next model, the biggest risk in 89 to 90 was moving too far away from the communities that had their services changed on them. And I guess that's a point that needs to be made. How do we assure that the functions that are delivered here are not predated and not actually scattered to the wind, and we have less service delivered in each tier? How do we do that?
So we're scoping up the specific piece of work at the moment to look at all of the different components of the scope. This conversation is really helpful to inform that scope, and also further conversations with Strategy and Policy Committee will be as well. Our goal through the analysis is have some clear-eyed staff-based analysis, and then your work as councillors after that can be to identify how do we then use that to achieve the outcomes we want to. Those will of course work together, but we have that same view and that outcome that we'd like to achieve there of the best outcomes for the region, and this analysis will support your work to achieve that.
Councillor Sunkel.
In winding up the leadership group, we felt that we had done our work at that point of time in bringing as much information as we could to our territorial authority brothers and sisters, and that they had made their decisions, and that there would be now a time for that to settle, for government to make their decisions as where the way forward, whatever that would be. But we also agreed with staff, or we mutually agreed that the background work should continue as to what those models, as Patrick has articulated, could look like without predetermining what they would be, and that we would sit back until the dust settled a little bit and then step back into the conversation once that dust had settled and provide options and opportunities. There was a wee bit of a feeling that we didn't want to be like a terrier continually niggling at and suggesting what the world should be, when we don't actually have a lot of say at times in what the ultimate process is. So letting the dust settle, let things get figured out, and then come back with a range of options that may be suitable for those that may want to cede from the nation or the independence or whatever.
Councillor
So
Sunkel,
again, not taking
did you have a question?
No, I was clarifying.
Okay. Councillors, may I please remind we're in questions, if we can do questions so that we're not here till 7 o'clock tonight. Councillor Faulkner.
I do have a question, and it's been very nice to hear the word predated several times coming from different parties, which is good. It's one of my concerns. And looking at the 12 points from 12 to 17, and we've taken a neutral approach. And in my mind, neutral is somewhat soft. Now, we've got Head Start proposals put in front of us to consider, and my concern is that if we still take that neutral, albeit soft approach, that the TAs who have demonstrated in a number of cases that they lack understanding of regional council functions, that unless we give them a very strong direction on the potential pitfalls in front of them, they will miss it. So is that part of the consideration you'll be doing?
So this analysis should reveal the pros and cons of different approaches, and hopefully we have an opportunity to share that with TAs, so that they can see the pros and cons of dividing it up versus having a shared function versus maybe maintaining some sort of regional function or even a South Island one. And then I guess it's perhaps a question for governors then to decide if we think one option is particularly good or particularly egregious, then whether you want to then advocate or for the council to adopt a stronger position on a particular option. But at the moment, we're just looking at analysing options and not coming down on any particular recommendation.
Yeah, I just want to tease that out a little bit more, because some of the conversations I've had, and I put a point across that's in a neutral position, it gets overridden, and that is a concern.
I'd reflect, Councillor, that in paragraph 16, around that neutral but interested position, we've reflected that's been our observation of your position to date, but it doesn't bind you to that position going forward. And we're very happy to work with you and to take your direction if you would like to shift that position in any way. So we're reflecting your previous position as opposed to binding you to a future one in that neutral space.
Councillor Robinson, and then I've got Councillor Robinson, Councillor Claire Mackay, Megan Mackay, Campbell, Mackenzie, Davis, Gerard. Okay, and then we'll close off the questions.
Thanks. Look, I'm going to be the bull in the china shop. I'm sorry. Not against your report or anything like that, just the whole process of this going forward, and having not been on that governance reference group and how we're seeking to discharge it from its duties today, I have a real concern because I have not felt that the working group actually was beneficial as a person not on that working group. And so my question is that this report is written by yourself, but where is the report from its members? The findings, the feedback, the loop that comes back to us who aren't in that working group. And so that's my question. So whether you answer it or someone else answers it, I just feel like I don't feel like it's fulfilled its
Well, that's
promise.
a little bit on...
No,
Okay, so I'll answer that question. That's a little bit on me, and I'll take responsibility that if you haven't felt like that you've had the feedback that you needed...
I just want to also say that it's the third time you've interrupted me in this meeting.
No, you said somebody to answer the question, so I'm going to answer the question. That could be on me, and I will take responsibility for that. The working group was set up to help me, as there was a hell of a lot of stuff coming to me at the start. It was very, very busy with the different roles that I also play. I had so much going on that I needed people to support me to dissect some of that stuff and then just to get stuff done in that time. The feedback was constant, and there was nothing I don't think that the council didn't know that was being said at that working group through the different discussions that we had. Might not have been a formalised report, and if that was required or needed, then I'll take responsibility for that not being the case. But in saying that, there was nothing that working group did or talked about that wasn't then brought back to the council in the sessions that we had to inform, and also the workshops that we had to inform the next steps. The reason that that we're now discharging it to now bring it back to the Strategy and Policy Committee is because I've taken the feedback that you have said to make sure that the full council feels part of the next steps on what we're doing, so that we can slow it down a little bit now that it's not so much of an immediate 3-month window, so that we can formulate those what we need as a whole council to take to the next steps about what a position potentially is. Do we change that position? Kind of going on from Councillor Faulkner's question. So, sorry, not trying to interrupt you in the meeting, but I just think that it was a question that the staff couldn't answer because it's something that was for me. Do you have anything further, Councillor Robinson?
Probably, but I just feel that there's certain elements of this that I feel strongly that it's hard to discharge something when I don't feel as purpose has been clear. I think, the summit, yes, was good, but there's not a lot that's come back that I feel I've benefited from. I think from the working group itself, it would have been really good to see a finalised report from them. And it's nothing against staff, but I needed to bring it up because it does feel a little bit slightly distant.
So Councillor Claire Mackay.
Thank you. Just very supportive of the further work around the analysis, and certainly similar vein as Councillor Scott, just thinking about where this goes, how big and wide you get. With regards to point 28, when we're talking about engagement significance and maladministration, we talk about seeking engagement now, obviously, from Papatapu Runanga on development of options for future service delivery models. Excuse me. However, Ngāi Tahu has already put a position, their own position, to central government on a Head Start proposal. And if I think about how TAs went out and got their community, heard what their community says, I imagine that Ngāi Tahu did the same thing. That's an assumption, and that's often dangerous. But I'm wondering how do we engage with an organisation still, or with the Runanga, Papatapu Runanga, that to all intents and purposes have already put a position on the table when we've been neutral and wanting to remain neutral at this point in time. It's just how we deal with that tension.
Thank you, Councillor, and I do appreciate that tension. What we've noted there is that we could seek to engage with Te Runanga, and also later in that paragraph with territorial authorities as well. So we know that positions have been put forward by Te Runanga on behalf of the Papatapu and by territorial authorities. But what our thinking was about this analysis is we'd like it to reflect various perspectives across Canterbury, and not just that's what the regional council thinks. Because our feeling in terms of the scope of that work is it would make it broader and more robust and able to respond to some of the thoughts from other groups across Canterbury. The approach to doing that engagement will come out during the scope and would be discussed with the Strategy and Policy Committee as we put that together, though.
Yeah, I think I had picked up on the territorials there, but they have had quite a bit of conversation with us already around the functions, or the regional council functions. So while we're not sure about the broadness of the understanding right across the councillor base, by and large, at a high level, there is some sense of understanding there. So thank you.
Megan, or Councillor Megan Mackay.
So look, I think I have two questions, and I think one has been answered, but I just want to kind of test that I understand the answer. And this is about the neutral but interested position and how far that extends and how we can change that and when we change it. And so I'm just confirming back. What I've heard is that staff will do an options-based work, an analysis, and bring it to us, and that we then will be able to make a decision on certain parts of our functions that we might decide not to be neutral on anymore, and to shift that position. And if that is truly the case, then I just wanted to check to go, how does it really work with the strategic transition unit, so that some of this genuinely options-based work doesn't then unintentionally become an ECAM preferred model?
That's a good question. So our view as we're scoping the work now is to enable neutrality within how we're scoping it. And then as you know, Councillor, you could make decisions on how you use that analysis and whether you change your position. So you could say the analysis identifies one model is more effective for Canterbury for the delivery of a certain function. So you may choose to say we're going to advocate for that position. In terms of the strategic transition unit's role, we're undertaking this analysis with this view to be able to support you to do that. So the scope of the analysis and the engagement with you as governors will be backwards and forwards to make sure we're on the right track, and we'll provide you that visibility through the Strategy and Policy Committee, either through meetings of the Strategy and Policy Committee or briefings and workshops with the Strategy and Policy Committee meeting. But what we wanted to do was seek your decision on this direction first, before starting to plot things and forward agendas for those committees and all of those sorts of pieces. So we wanted this direction first, but very happy to work with you as chair of that committee to provide that visibility through, and with Councillor Lamont.
Look, that's really reassuring, because for me, I've always gone, well, how far in implementation does a thing go before it can come back? And now you've given me that assurance, we'll come to strategy and policy and we'll test it, because it's a recommendation, yes, the committee of the whole, but it makes recommendations to go to decision for council. And I think if we can really get that process right between the deputies and the chairs and the team, the staff team, then I have that assurance. So thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie.
I was going to try and ask the question that John forgot to ask in his what I thought was a particularly good framing of I thought our council's position as to going forward. So and it's so long ago now I've forgotten what my name is. But in recommendation 4, you talk about in next steps, concrete next steps as to what the council staff might do. I guess my observation of what has gone on in this first steps process is that all but one delinquent council have shown a willingness to explore opportunity for what might become an outcome. And I don't think we're any closer today to understanding what that outcome is going to be than we were 6 weeks ago, other than we've got all but, as I say, one delinquent council showing a willingness. And when you look across New Zealand, I think there's, apart from a bit of the central North Island, most council areas seem to show a willingness to explore opportunities. And so I like the concept of helping develop future delivery of regional functions. And I think, but John's qualification about that is sit back and wait and see what the dust, out of the dust cloud does start to appear. So my question really is that if you're doing 4, how much of that depends on assumptions around the first, the current position, which is unlikely to be the final position. You wouldn't want, you don't want 4 to be directed by the current position that councils are recommending. We want to think about a bigger picture, what may or may not happen without predetermining what that. And I think you've sort of inferred that in your answers to a whole lot of other questions. But I guess I'm just asking the question to make sure that we aren't going to be predetermining what the outcomes look like but we can predetermine which functions are best delivered on a regional on various models.
Yeah, agree with that concern, and I think you're right that it's plausible that these aren't the final forms. So we're going to look at more than one scenario. We're not going to just look at these Head Start proposals. We'll imagine, and I mean we're still scoping the work, but we'll imagine, other options where there's perhaps a bigger grouping of unitary authorities over the Mid and North Canterbury, for example.
I just. This part isn't a question, but discussing various delivery methods for things like the rivers and biodiversity and biosecurity and those sorts of regional functions. There's a bit of woolly thinking amongst TA councillors, and anything to help them understand, or it may be central governments thinking about what Canterbury might look like, I think would be useful at this stage.
One thing I would note on that as well is through the detailed design process, we understand MCERT officials will be involved in that detailed design. So the audiences would both be territorial authorities and MCERT officials being involved in that. We don't have any details of how MCERT is seeking to plan and structure that detailed design process yet, though. But thank you for articulating the challenge of our job in this.
Councillor Davis.
It's been a long time since Peter spoke, but way back then in his discourse, it did spark a question. And it's kind of for you guys, but it's also for all of us. What about an easy scenario, which is a cost-effective option of just a new governance board for this organization? Because I'm just thinking about the loss. If we lag biosecurity and we lag river work and things fall through cracks, we're talking billions of dollars of loss, productivity, potentially even loss of life with CDEM. So can we do another scenario that's just like, hey, new governance board, but we're only going to cover, we'll take PT out of the building. You could do that, price that up. Because you're not going to put numbers on these scenarios. You're just going to do form when you're coming up with these options. Cost. I'm talking about, will you put costs on these options?
If we can, yeah, we'd like to. Yeah.
So what do we think? What do you think about an easy scenario, which is just get a new board?
It's not a question I think we can ask the staff, Councillor Davis, but that's a philosophical question that we can explore through the Strategy and Policy Committee when it comes back to them. Councillor Gerard.
Yeah, interesting point. So, yeah, with your work with in the policy and strategy, in reviewing our work on our positioning and that sort of thing, would you also have a role with the integrating advice with the next item on our agenda, which is the regional spatial plan? So I'm just really asking, is there are you working in with that to make it work, given that the councils face changing boundaries like Kiakoura and changing structures and funding and all that over time? So, yeah, how it will work in the long run.
Yes, I can confirm we're working very closely together with Amy as the responsible director in charge of regional spatial planning, and with her planning team led by Lisa and Amanda. One of the benefits of having a strategic transition unit is having that integrated oversight of lots of those different pieces of work coming from central government and how they intersect with each other. So we're very linked into that, and I have members of my team that are ready to jump forward with those questions should you ask them in the next paper as well, Councillor.
Thank you, Patrick.
Okay, that's the questions I've had. Is there anybody else that wanted a question before we say goodbye to the staff? No, thank you very much, staff, for bringing this paper to Councillor Mackay? Okay. Thank you very much for bringing this paper to us and outlining the next steps that we will be undertaking. Can I please get the resolutions up on the screen?
Oh, yep. Cool. Yep. Brilliant.
So here's the resolutions that we had up on the screen. Do I have a mover? Councillor Lamont. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Faulkner. Councillor Lamont, did you want to open the debate?
Can I speak at the end?
Yes. Councillor Faulkner, do you want to speak?
I'm comfortable with the resolutions. There was only one little point that I'd like to make, because there is a level of uncertainty. I didn't make the point about cost, the potential cost that this could incur. And I looked at number 4, and we're talking about detailed potential options. And I hope they're not too detailed and too expensive. But overall, I think I support the recommendation 100%.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Before I get into anybody else, I just want to acknowledge Councillor Lamont, Sunkel, Campbell, McKenzie and Megan Mackay, who are on that working group. Thank you very much for taking some of the load off what was an intense load of work coming in at that period of time, and it was very useful to help to share that load. And thank you for organising that summit as well. That did get some really good feedback from our TA colleagues. It was really important from my perspective to make sure that our regional territorial councillors also had the information. The Mayoral Forum was doing a lot of leading, but the mayors are only one vote around each of the councils respectively across the region, and I think it was really useful for those councillors who were interested to know and understand a little bit from us and hear from us, because I think the relationship and the trust that we need to have is really important. And in the next steps, I want to make sure that that relationship and trust is built upon, because that relationship and trust that the regional council can provide in this space in the next steps is going to be, I think, quite critical, so that we do not lose the delivery side of what we do. We don't lose sight of what is really important as a regional body. What I personally am really concerned about is fragmentation. I'm not worried if we have a better way of delivering, but I am worried about fragmentation. And let's find a way that we don't have fragmentation of those really critical life and those life preserving functions, those functions of our environment, and those functions that we do that preserve those economic outputs in our productive sectors. So really keen to make sure that to have the Strategy and Policy Committee take this on now, because I do think it's really important that the whole council now shapes what's coming next and how we spend the next 2 years working together on what's going to be probably a long 5-year process for the regional council, and we've got 2 years to shape that. I've got now for the debate I will go to Megan Mackay, Councillor Scott, Councillor Gerard.
Okay, so I do support discharging the reference group. It was established to be a time-limited, non-decision making advisory role for the chair. And I think the next phase should now sit transparently with Council and also the Strategy and Policy Committee. I also support Environment Canterbury doing the detailed functional work. The Head Start proposals have been necessarily light touch, but now the hard questions are really thinking about what really good regional service delivery looks like. I strongly believe that our position should remain neutral on structure, but I won't be saying it should remain neutral on what good service delivery requires in the future. Like the chair said, I have concerns as well, similar to his, that there are already things that we know really matter, and that is things like having a catchments that can't be fragmented. It's having specialist capability that is not diluted. It's having regional transport in an integrated way, good funding models that remain workable at the scale that's necessary, and treaty and good governance obligations must come through to equivalent effect. So as we work through it, I'm being transparent about what I will be advocating for next. And I really think that the next phase is not really about defending Environment Canterbury as an institution. It's really making sure that whatever structures emerge really are capable of delivering the right functions at the right scale. And I have been putting a bit of thought into what good governance looks like. With the working group disestablished and phase 1 done, we do need to continue to do the job and make sure that the services that we deliver are delivered really well. And we also need to get ready for what next looks like. And that's clearly signalled by the government will be amalgamation. And so after putting great thought into that, I would like to be putting forward to the council at some stage that we reconsider the core service lead roles into maybe 2 governance roles, working together to actually focus on delivery and also focus on and getting ready for next and working more closely with the staff about what next looks like. I'll be putting that forward because I think that the world has changed from what we decided back in October, November, December, and I think that some really good core governance is needed for us to enable this institution to move forward in its next stage. So no decision today, but I want to be transparent about the path that I'll be putting forward to this council in the future.
Councillor Scott.
Look, I'm encouraged, Megan, by what you've said, because I think there needs to be some emphasis on what our future looks like. We cannot just go water skiing for the rest of our term. We need to actually double down. That's what we're here. That's what we're getting paid for. Can I just say that I thought that committee that we're disbanding now did some good work. I mean, I think that Lincoln gathering, which I was a bit cynical about before we got going, but I heard some good things back from TAs about that. And it also gave them the opportunity, the big opportunity of that networking thing and talking to other councillors. So maybe somewhere along the lines in the future, we can, once we see where we're headed with some of the stuff, that we should maybe reinstitute something like that, because we can't dismiss TAs. They are part of the region. They are part of the governance. We don't know everything. We might think we do, but we don't. And I think that and we're all going to be up for re-election for this next phase in 2028. Not just this council. Some of these councils might want to go to unitaries, but there will be another election. There will be a different sort of leadership going forward. And I think that if we can supply some sort of blueprint for that, then we're doing a good job. Thank you.
Councillor Gerard.
Yes, mine just really also about the group that has been disbanded and the work that you've done, and I really especially want to thank Councillor Mackay and Annette Lamont for their creativity and their joy that they brought to the symposium as well, because I think it became a memorable event, and it really was cohesiveness that brought the group together. Thank you.
Councillor Faulkner, did you want to say anything to close up before I pass on to Councillor? Sorry, I'll go to Councillor Robinson.
Definitely thank you to the work of you both. That is big. I just, for commentary, environmental ramifications is what I'm most concerned about, and losing our regional voice. It feels very muffled from woe to go. There's a lot to lose, and I feel in the process we haven't heard the voices of those in our workforce who deliver on the environmental. I'm concerned enough about what comes next, and that is, once again, environmental outcomes. My trust is quite limited at the moment, and that's government reform for you. So further muffling of our voices is something I'm really concerned about. So when Megan said earlier that neutral shouldn't be considered anymore, I totally agree. I think we need to actually be more vocal, and that's the only way forward. I can support this. However, I still have concerns about, I guess, the delivery of that working group. I did expect more. And at least in closing, I would have expected at least a summary of findings or even learnings and going forward. So, but thank you. And
Councillor Faulkner.
Yeah, I just, my apologies for not thanking the working group prior. I think they did a really good job, and because there is quite a bit of silence around the work that they did, I think that is in effect the success of the work that they did. So thank you very much.
Councillor Lamont, just to close on.
Thank you. We don't know everything, but we do know some things. We know about some good workable funding models. We know about catchments. We know about delivery. And we're at the point of generational shift with Head Start proposals submitted. The next part of the journey will be absolutely key as we look to delivering regional council functions across the region. It is right as a council that we look at this as a whole council through our S&P committee, and based on the findings of the next steps, we may be, or we're really likely to be more than just neutral but interested. Being islands in the stream, the message is clear. This could be the year for the real thing. Thank you.
Is that a Dolly Parton reference? Show my age on that one, but they're well done. Okay, we'll come to a vote. The two people online, if you can just raise your hands and if you support these resolutions. I know there's a bit of a time delay, but that would be quite useful. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Councillor Davies Cromwell, if you can hear, just raise your hands, otherwise we'll need to pass. Well, it's carried anyway. We're going to have our lunch break now, so that this IT problems that we was first signalled at 9 o'clock and this morning, there we go, we've got a hand, can be sorted out because it's quite frustrating. So we will come back at 1:05 after lunch. From the Kiakoura Wildlife Trust, if you can just speak so we can hopefully hear you.
Kia ora.
Oh yes, there we go. So we'll listen to you now. If everybody can be quiet, because everybody please be quiet. Are we live?
Yes, we're live.
Okay, good. So Sabrina, over to you. Do your presentation. We'll do the best that we can.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Thank you everyone for the ability to speak today. on behalf of the Kiakoura Wildlife Centre Trust, I would like to raise the issue of Kiakoura little penguins and the risk of imminent extinction. I'm sure you are aware of bird flu and the risk of widespread avian influenza becoming a core issue for conservation now, and we're on the precipice now in terms of knowing that it is going to become very much a national issue with more spread as the months progress, and we anticipate that it is actually present in Kiakoura now with the return of endangered hutt and shearwaters, given that they have spent their winter migration in Australian waters where bird flu is prevalent in seabirds, and we now have to accept the fact that it is likely already in our population. Our core concern, specifically at this point in time, revolves around our little penguins, given that they are already locally endangered and at risk of extinction. There's very few birds left, a remnant population, the only population in the Kiakoura district and indeed in North Canterbury. And ECAN has also facilitated biodiversity funding to help the Trust aid these birds. So the core issue's been starvation en masse for seabirds in relation to overfishing and climate change. Those are ongoing key threats that we can try to mitigate by interfering at a very high level in terms of supplementary feeding, uplifting for hand rearing and rehabilitation. That is a huge effort on a charitable level in terms of volunteer input. It's unfunded, and those penguins have relied on that for survival. The core concern now with bird flu becoming more widespread is that in the face of ongoing starvation, we're going to not just lose these birds from H5N1 highly pathogenic bird flu, but starvation impacts because we won't be able to assist these birds directly. The Trust approached the Department of Conservation to consider an urgent request to facilitate vaccination in this population. At this point in time, no penguin species, including little penguins, are considered for vaccination in the Department of Conservation assessment. Their modelling is based on species prioritisation, and that is limited to threat classification. Korora are not considered nationally endangered and therefore not considered at a national extinction risk. What that assessment fails to incorporate is a multi-threat assessment for highly vulnerable populations already at risk of extinction, where vaccination is a critical tool to prevent total loss. So what we face in these birds now, we've got less than 50 and managed in 3 reserves, that if we cannot facilitate vaccination, the Trust will not be able to aid starving birds. We won't be able to enter reserves. The infection risk and transmission risk will be incredibly high, and we will risk losing these birds in perpetuity. We recognise that as a DOC problem specifically in terms of the Trust seeking an assessment and approval for vaccination. However, this is also an ECAN issue, considering ECAN has a responsibility for regional biodiversity in terms of managing and protecting populations, and that ECAN has also invested $25,000 of internal biodiversity funding towards the Trust implementing additional reserves. So we now manage 3 reserves. The ECAN reserve we've just completed building, and there are 8 birds in that reserve. So we face incredibly low numbers, and inaction to the Trust is indefensible. Where we can save these birds from known extinction, we should attempt to do so. And vaccination isn't a magic silver bullet. We recognise that it cannot be implemented across all wild bird species and that there's a limit to resources. But we do believe it is a targeted tool, and it can reduce the fatal impact of what we know what is about to come. And to us, extinction or accepting extinction without making any attempt to save these birds is not acceptable. And especially when you consider that that vaccine is currently a free resource to the department. The Trust has offered to pay for the vaccination cost if that is a limiting factor. Have offered to facilitate an MPI-approved vet and fly someone down to microchip these birds simultaneously. So there really is no limiting sort of issue in terms of why this couldn't go ahead, nor do we believe that it's necessarily feasible to vaccinate all korora in New Zealand. Some colonies are very large or very limited in terms of they're not densely sort of congregated in one area where they're stretched across sort of wider stretches of coast. But these birds are confined to very, very small reserves that are highly managed, where the birds are continually needing to be assisted, and we can, with all certainty, locate every single bird due to site fidelity and actually guarantee vaccination over the foreseeable future. So we wanted to raise this issue today with ECAN because there may be limited awareness of just what's about to unfold with bird flu for many seabird species in particular, because they are colony nesters a lot of the time. In dense proximity, we see a sort of terrible scenario of devastating loss. It's been proven internationally in terms of bird flu having been present there since in the northern hemisphere since 2020. Other penguin species in the world include species such as African penguins, little penguins in Australia, different subspecies, and also king penguins that have all been trialled for vaccination. It is a proven tool that shows immunity is possible with no adverse effects. Australia is currently vaccinating nearly 6,000 penguins. It's their core priority species, while New Zealand is opting to vaccinate no penguins. We do not believe this is good enough. We haven't received any verified evidence of why specifically haven't been assessed, and we seek to really understand why vulnerable populations aren't considered a critical special circumstance where if they are in managed reserves and you can access them with certainty, that can't be trialled. We see Kiakoura being an excellent case study in terms of a very small number of birds that are accessible. We can prevent loss, and we do not understand why it can't be considered as a case study at this point in time before the virus is widespread. So in African penguins, for example, there's been proof that no natural immunity develops over time. That's not possible. Huge mortality rates, up to 100%, total colony wipeout. And we're seeing it unfold in Australia right now. We really need to see ECAN support at a regional level, given that ECAN has a vested interest financially and in terms of responsibilities around biodiversity. Kiakoura is a global seabird capital, internationally important site, and marine biodiversity hotspot. And these penguins have been on the brink for years. We have halted loss and extinction to date by implementing every measure possible to help these birds. And there's little understanding that there's total reliance on a charitable trust to do that, total voluntary effort. And there's also been other funders who have invested funds such as WWF into reserves in terms of construction. So we really want to highlight today what is about to unfold for penguins here and everywhere. Hoiho equally deserve a lot of attention. They should also be vaccinated further south of Kiakoura, obviously. We do get them here. But I think there's very little understanding of just how manageable penguins actually are as a vaccination candidate. They're one of the most feasible in terms of wild birds, because it's to the point where they use the same nest box year after year. So I'll sum it up as that there. We are really concerned that at this point in time, there's very sort of lacking awareness. There's no sort of rationale, scientific, robust evidence being provided by the department. They haven't assessed Kiakoura specifically. And we've requested an OIA because we believe there's been a failure to assess these species, and simply basing it on threat classification isn't good enough. So we really highlight what the issue is, and we seek support. I'll leave it there and open it up to questions if that's okay.
Thank you, Sabrina. I've got a question from Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Sabrina. I hope you can hear me okay. And thank you for your patience in coming back again today after our wee hiccups. With regards to, you say about the National Threat Management classification system, and you say that Australia uses that and the local version there as well. Do you know if there is a local version or assessment for any population in this country, or is it something that would have to be done?
I don't believe there is none.
Can you just repeat what you said? Sorry, it just cut out.
No, I don't believe there is a be any management sort of based on local populations only, nor does DOC have any sort of in-depth knowledge of local populations necessarily, because that is mostly being undertaken by NGOs or NPOs, charitable entities. Further south, also obviously business, Oamaru penguins, Whakakaura blue penguins, the list is long. But we obviously report and to DOC in terms of our permit requirements, but there's really no, DOC does not have their finger on the pulse in terms of what's going on for these birds in Kaikoura. So to write them off as, well, we'll just accept losing this population and at a national level they will survive at some scale is unacceptable if we've invested this level of mahi and know what is about to occur. It will result in total extinction. It will be swift in terms of the inability to enter reserves with starvation impacts and mortality with the virus in its own right.
Councillor Faulkner?
Do you have a cost per penguin that the vaccination and the logistics and the capture and transport, etc., estimate would be? And I wonder whether the any of the biodiversity funding options that we have would be, have they been considered?
The department has not been forthcoming. I've got extensive correspondence querying and requesting information and effectively rebutting categorically false claims in terms of there will be natural immunity. When you've got such a small population, they will not have chance to develop any natural immunity. That in such dense proximity, we've tried, we can't even shift nest boxes to space them out because footprint reserves are constrained by human proximity and infrastructure. The cost per penguin we haven't been able to calculate because the department will not make it known what the cost would be. I know that the vaccine is currently being provided to the department free of cost. There is no associated sort of depletion in resources actually there. We have offered that for the first year, say it's $250 or $350 per vaccination per penguin, the trust could pay the first year's rollout, so initial vaccination and second vaccination. After that, we'd be looking for fundraising because we simply can't maintain that. So financial implications are not an issue. Personnel are not an issue, accessibility is not an issue, and guaranteeing that we can catch every last bird is not an issue. So we've said to the department, what is the reason for not considering this? And there is no reasoning provided other than they're nationally not considered endangered enough. In 2 years' time, they will be endangered at a national level because they stand to lose more than 50% of the population nationwide easily, if not more.
Thank you, Sabrina. We're going to have to close off there, but I really appreciate you taking the time to raise this with us. It could be some advocacy that we might be able to provide. We've got a resolution to receive your public forum to us today, and I've got a mover in Councillor Robinson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Faulkner. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That is carried. Thank you again very much, and appreciate you taking the time to work with us on the timing. All right, now we need to move to...
Thank you very much.
Item 8.3, the Canterbury Regional Spatial Plan, appointment of members in terms of reference. This is on pages 1941 of the agenda, pages 19 to 20. Are the recommendations. Lisa Jenkins, Planning Manager of Strategy and Planning, Amanda Thompson, Team Leader of Strategy and Planning, and Amy Ellison, Strategy and Planning Director, will introduce this report. Come to the table and over to you. Over to you.
Kia ora tātou councillors and those who are listening online. I usually say it's our pleasure to bring you whichever paper I'm bringing you. Maybe not say that this time.
it's my duty to bring you this paper, and we will work through.
There's always opportunities and everything.
Always, always. Yeah, I'm doing my best. Observation, not judgment, at this point. So I'll just do a brief introduction, and I'll hand over to my team. I just would like to note that we also have Olivia from the STU and Tiruai from the Tumuhiringa here, and so if we have any specific questions or they have anything to add or additional advice and support, they are here. It was just I do prefer to have a full court press, but we don't have enough chairs, so we will bring them in when the time's right. So just to set a bit of context for this particular paper, it was specified by the Canterbury Mayoral Forum that a stock paper would come to all councils, and each council would work through some proposals or recommendations within those papers. Some councils have already agreed theirs. Some have agreed with variations on the theme. For us, we made the decision to break it into two parts. That was because the implications for us are slightly different, and particularly the next tranche of issues to be dealt with in the papers in September relating to the impact of funding and the implications on this organisation, particularly around the usual approach is that some of these larger pieces of work are led by us, and while we have an idea of the costings, there are some numbers floating around. They had been based on either what we'd done before, back of an envelope, or mixed with some numbers from the TAs provided for their district plans. If it's not us leading these pieces of work, I have asked the team to not marginally cost them, i.e. we probably don't look at what it costs because we have all the IT, or we've already got the maps, or we just naturally use our comms team, or those are all services that we previously haven't costed fully, as well as the rest of the work which we do cost fully, i.e. hearings and specific expertise, if that makes sense. So it's not a big deal. It just takes a bit more time, and I think there's more of a consideration of what those things actually are. The other part, which will be addressed in September, wasn't a particular recommendation in the Canterbury Mayoral Forum paper, but was just in the body of the paper, which was about that we, as a Canterbury Regional Council, would draw down all of the cost for our regional plan on our balance sheet, and the territorial authorities would pay us back over time, and I think that also needs some due consideration. So this part is we're just talking about the recommendations that we have put up for your consideration are just the ones in the first tranche. We also haven't necessarily set staff recommendations because we're really aware that these are things in the political realm, and sometimes it's not really that appropriate for us to be pointing you in a particular direction. You have a lot of other things to consider versus just doing the do. The final point I'll make before I hand over is around, and this is not news to anybody, but is the legislative context that we are in and the time of change. So we have 11 more sitting days before the House rises, and within that time we are expecting the RMA new bills to pass into law. and be enacted. We don't know the final drafts of those, so we don't know if it's immediate, get royal assent or immediate enactment, or whether it will be deferred. There's just a bunch of things we don't know. So usually we like to turn up here with distinct advice. We can't actually at this point. The other advice is Stephanie has been talking about this morning is around the MCERT officials in Wellington are doing their very best. They but are also bringing together the Ministry for the Environment side, which is legislation to do with the RMA, as well as the Internal Affairs local government side, which is to do with simplifying local government. The genesis was separate, and they will need to obviously bring them together and avoid impacts one on the other. And so there are two pieces in play here, and they will have an effect, and that's our best advice. The team will have better advice, I'm sure, but that's the general context. So that's about it from me, but we'll do our best to answer your questions, and of course we've got some super subs which will come in off the bench should they have something specific to add, or we get stuck, or both. So over to you.
Kia ora. So as Amy laid out, the Mural Forum has identified that spatial planning is a priority for Waitaha Canterbury, and they're anxious to put some structures in place so that as a region we can hit the ground running when the legislation does come into force. We've split the decision making that the Mural Forum has asked for into two different tranches, focusing just on the committee establishment in this particular meeting. There is risk associated with some of those Mural Forum requests, and council needs sufficient time to consider that, which is why we've split it. We have a briefing booked on the 10th of September to discuss the implications, particularly of the funding requests. In this meeting, we're recommending that the council agrees to the establishment of the Regional Spatial Planning Committee and identifies the representatives to be on that committee. Also that you agree to the draft terms of reference, noting that they are draft and that there will be opportunity to fine-tune them, although what that opportunity looks like at the moment is a bit unclear. And also that the council agrees to enable that committee to appoint a chairperson. The reason we are recommending this is that establishing the governance arrangements now will enable some critical next steps to be undertaken, including the initial stages of the preparation of a process agreement. There's currently no mandated group with the dedicated purpose of providing governance direction for the procedural steps of the regional spatial plan, development. A Freudian slip there. And this has meant that there's been limited opportunity for the recommendations of the Mural Forum to be sort of equally or well socialised across all of the decision makers, across all of the councils in the region. And it's resulted in some misalignment of the decisions between the various councils as they've kind of come through. The key decisions, including adopting a process agreement, will remain with councils. However, a dedicated spatial planning committee is required to ensure that the councils are equipped to make those decisions and that the recommendations being put to councils are made with a greater degree of collaboration and consideration of impacts on all of the councils than what we're sort of currently seeing at the moment, where there's no established governance body. I understand that Christchurch City Council, Ashburton, Kiakoura District Council and Timaru District Councils have considered recommendations in relation to the establishment of the committee and funding. Ashburton and Timaru have agreed to all of the recommendations of the Mural Forum, and Ashburton appointed their mayor and deputy mayor as representatives, and Timaru appointed their mayor as the primary representative. I haven't heard who their alternate is. And while I've noted that Kiakoura have also considered recommendations, I haven't been able to find out what the actual decision was there. as we've noted in the paper, the City Council have also made their decisions and have recommended additional voting members from the City Council to be appointed to that committee. We're not asking you today to agree to that particular request of the City Council. I think that if the proposal of the mural forum is changed, then there will need to be another decision point that comes back to all councils to agree. Today, we're recommending that this council agrees to the establishment of a committee that includes a single voting member from each council with an alternate, and 3 voting mana whenua representatives, central government appointees, and an independent chairperson. Again, bringing the recommendations to you in 2 tranches, and today we're asking you to consider those committee appointments. And we'll talk again in September about the remaining recommendations.
I've just got one more thing to add. So just to be clear about the language, the recommendations in the paper are all in the affirmative of, but please note that it, rather than putting every single one as do or do not, it's in the affirmative, but obviously if you do not, then you won't agree. So each of the recommendations noted versus we are recommending, we have put forward the paper is drafted with these recommendations for that in that way, if that makes sense. Ultimately, it is obviously your decisions.
So questions. I've got Councillor Campbell's got a question. Anybody else? Councillor Scott, Councillor Faulkner, and Claire Mackay and Megan Mackay. We'll start with Campbell and Gerard. Yep.
Kia ora. I've got a particular concern about establishing this committee under the Local Government Act, given that there are to be 3 Ngāi Tahu appointed voting members. Sorry, my computer's just decided to do a restart. And that seems like a very big risk to me, when we could be waiting for a month and that risk probably not being there. Can you talk through how you've approached that risk and why you think it's still worth going in under the Local Government Act?
I think there's two parts to that, and one part I think probably Olivia would like to answer. The part that I would like to answer is that I think that the time before we've got a Planning Act that has royal assent and is law, I think that time is decreasing, and it will take a few weeks, I imagine, for all the remaining councils to make their decisions as well. And there's a good chance that we will actually have the Act in place by the time that the committee does form. However, that's also a risk. It may not. So if there is a push to form the committee ahead of that, then the risk still applies, and that's the part that Olivia will talk to.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. So this is actually quite a complex and legal issue that we've been trying to work through in terms of the appointment. So I'm just going to step it through sort of sequentially. What the clause says in the planning bill currently is that a spatial plan committee must be a joint committee, and it must be appointed in accordance, and it's specifically those words, with clauses 30 and 30A of the Local Government Act. What we currently don't know is whether or not the actual committee is appointed under the Planning Act once it's passed in accordance with those clauses, or if it's appointed under the Local Government Act. That's quite a point of distinction in terms of that risk, because what we have seen is an announcement from Minister Watts that they intend to amend the Local Government System Improvements Bill to restrict voting rights to elected members only. In terms of the certainty around that, what I would say is it's still being a little bit discussed. I was just watching Parliament TV just before on my lunch break, and this very issue came up. And Minister Bishop said there's been a lot of discussion around whether or not spatial plan committees will be restricted to elected members only. And he said they don't have to be, but they probably will. So it's something that we're still sort of seeking clarity on. There's two things that could happen. One would be that we have heard the minister previously say that restrictions on voting rights won't apply to spatial plan committees. They could achieve that by doing a carve-out in the Local Government System Improvements Bill. So they could say, yes, it's restricted to elected members only, but for the purposes of the Spatial Planning Committee, it's not. Alternatively, they could do a change or make it clear that the appointment is under the Planning Act. We don't know at the moment. And I would say that right now, amendment papers are still going through. So we're expecting the Committee of the Whole House stage to sort of go through the process these next few days. Still got a third reading after that, so it's possibly that we might get clarity on the Act next week. But there is a risk. We just don't know how they're going to address that intent.
Can I just summarise what I think I've heard from both of you? By the time the Spatial Planning Committee is appointed, it may be under the new Planning Act anyway. And whatever we do, there's a risk that the new legislation may limit the voting rights of Ngāi Tahu appointees. Have I heard that correctly?
I think that's correct. And if I might add one piece, what we know as we get closer to elections, and particularly when legislation is going through, is that political parties' positioning can sometimes change. So there is no certainty. I can't give anybody certainty around that at the moment. There's a risk that appointees may remain. There's a risk that appointees could be excluded. And that's unfortunately the only clarity I can give you.
Thank you both. Just to also add on, Stephanie has been talking to the MCED officials late yesterday afternoon, as have I. In the previous weeks, so we've also been talking to John Bartels, who's the director of the Spatial Plan Secretariat, who's also having those conversations. These conversations are in flux, and again, if you've got two lots of legislation which are moving through the House, and the central government officials are aware of the issue, as are ministers, there may or may not. This issue may be addressed, or as we were talking about earlier today, it may be that there's there's a tidy up bill afterwards if there's a vagary. We genuinely don't know. It's and the advice that I've had from the Secretariat for the Spatial Plan is that there's a risk either way. So we're just raising the risk and the uncertainty, and that people are aware of it.
Is where we've just got to be adaptable and pragmatic. And so adaptability and pragmatism is the words of the month. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you. I've got two questions. My first one is, how much input has this council had in preparing the draft terms of reference?
I understand that they were the draft terms of reference were prepared by the Mayoral Forum Secretariat.
So the Mayoral Forum Secretariat does sit in this building, and they sit within my directorate, meters away. But I can assure you that I have had no input. They're housed by us, but
They operate independently.
they operate independently. So yes. So
the answer is none. Zero. Thank you. Interesting. My second question, Chair, is this: if we did defer some of the recommendations in this paper, given some of the information that we've had, that will be much clearer in September by a September council meeting about where we're going with this, and we decided to move on and put representatives towards, as a show of good faith, towards the committee. What difference will that make to? What difference will a month deferral make?
I don't think a month deferral will make a huge difference, because I still think there's other decision making going on that needs to go through the cycle.
So given that, I think it's a bit of a lazy presumption going on here with this, some of these terms of reference in this paper about acquiescing to the Secretariat that we will agree with everything they say, and you know that I've got a bit of a problem with that. And so, understanding some of the information that we've received today, do you think we will be so much better informed in September than what we are right at this point in time?
Not necessarily about the committee establishment or the. You will be better informed about the funding implications to this council, but not necessarily on the whole lot.
Look, no, I'll leave this till.
Okay. Councillor Claire Mackay and then Megan Mackay.
It's come to us. That's my straight question is point 37 of the terms of reference talks about voting should be basis of the majority present with no alternates or proxies. We have suggested that that's probably one of the areas in the terms of reference that we need clarity of. Is it your understanding that alternates, or if we have put two names forward, one of them's obviously got to be the primary, or that's how the recommendation's written as it currently sits with an alternate, that alternate has no vote if the primary isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's unclear, because I think the purpose of having an alternate would be so that they can turn up and vote when the primary can't. But the terms of reference, as currently stated, do not allow the alternate to vote in the absence of the primary person.
Yeah, the intention from the conversation at the Mayoral Forum was definitely for the alternate to have the equal voting as the primary. But just the one vote, yes.
I think the rest of my questions probably are more for discussion.
Okay.
My concerns.
Actually, I'm sorry, but I skipped over Councillor Faulkner, so I'll do Councillor Faulkner and then Councillor Megan Mackay.
See what I've been writing. There's quite a number of recommendations there, and recommendation 4, I'd just like a little bit of clarity on that. Is under the Local Government Act, this has come from the Mayoral Forum, is it a written agreement under that local act, or is it still fluid at the moment and there's nothing committing all parties? That stock paper that we're talking about that went to all councils, so that's one question. And I have a concern also about the draft terms of reference being inadequate. So would a number of the recommendations, if they were left out and not agreed to, still give sufficient work progress for everybody to continue.
Possibly, yeah, you could possibly agree to the establishment of a committee and appoint appoint your representatives, but not necessarily agree to the terms of reference.
Councillor Megan.
Just to add to that, that is why Rec 7 is a split rec, even though I just said it's either do or do not, to quote Yoda. But that one specifically I thought was worthy of splitting out because it's, would be more likely that would be, it would have piqued your interest. Also, just one point to note that for a joint committee to be established, all parties would need to agree. So if we didn't agree, then there wouldn't be a joint. There would be a gathering of yes,
of people.
Yeah,
a gathering of interested parties without any
Correct.
authority to make any decisions.
Correct.
And making a Yoda representation is very un-Vulcan of you. I'm quite disappointed. Anyways, Councillor Megan Mackay.
So for full transparency, I did send my questions in advance, just for all council's benefit. The first question was around about the appointment process and criteria and really truly identifying the capability that needs to be at that committee. And I asked whether that should be delayed until we'd had that conversation. Was there really a need to appoint today? And also my third question was around how do we make sure that whoever the representative and alternates are, that they have a clear process to come back and get direction from this council. Now, the benefit of coming into this building and being with my colleagues is you have the opportunity to sit and have a discussion. And now all of those questions are now really not my big question. My big question now is, from my perspective, I think it's really important we send a signal that we want regional council's voice at that table and to be heard and to contribute a regional view. And the terms of reference, I don't think are very palatable at all for this council to adopt. And so I've been trying to then balance up to go, how do you send a signal that we want to have presence and leadership in space, that we already have presence and leadership currently? And how do we do that without actually binding ourselves to the terms of reference? From my perspective, I think that we do it by agreeing to be part of it and and appointing people to be part of it. And I just wanted to know, and I thought that separating out 7A and 7B, where we say actually those terms of reference need work and the people we appoint are the ones that will do it, is an excellent option that you put before us. Aside from those two things, saying agree in principle and appoint people, what other signals can we send or should we be sending?
Well, some of this, I think the virtue of agree or don't agree, that certainly sends a signal. I think the actively, pushing some of the other discussions towards those discussions in September, that is definitely a signal. And I think in terms of that, these are genuine questions that we're giving consideration while being, which you've all stated, that we're interested in being party, but there are a few things that we just need more information on. So I think, again, it's the languaging that you have actually already brought into the chamber and the decisions that you've made through the recommendations in the paper. So, yeah. I think
there would be also an option to respond to the Mayoral Forum with a letter to set out the points that would be helpful to be clarified before the regional council can commit wholly to the process that the Mayoral Forum has designed.
And there's also the option on Friday. There is a Mayoral Forum meeting on Friday, and I can take feedback or points to the Mayoral Forum on Friday on behalf of this council. So there is that option as well if things pop out of this that we need to say. Are you burning for something there, Councillor Sunkel?
I was just going to make a note to that. We don't have to accept the draft recommendations, but we can note that they're there and the work on. So that's simply a note to or whatever saying, yes, we can appoint, we will appoint, and we recognise the need for the terms of reference. It needs some work, so we note that they are there and the expectation will be sorted. I think that for me covers it. We're in the game. We're playing along. I did have a question.
We'll come to your.
Okay.
I've been very lenient. We'll come to your question afterwards.
Right.
We're still in with Councillor Megan Mackay has questions. Is that all? Okay. All right. On the back of that, I do have one question here around the formation of the Spatial Planning Committee, because it is under the Local Government Act. Just for clarity here, because the City Council has done what they've done, does that mean if everybody else agreed to what's on the recommendations here, there is no Spatial Planning Committee at this point until the City Council goes back to their table and votes to adopt what everybody else has adopted?
Yes, under the Local Government Act, it's very clear that all participating councils would need to agree.
So the City Council at this stage, the way that they've voted is basically delaying the formation of the spatial plan for the region by virtue of just the decision that they made. Not intentional, but
yes,
or could be. But okay, sorry, I just wanted to get that clarity in my mind. Councillor, actually, it's Councillor Sunkel now, and then Councillor Gerard.
Back to the timeline. We've talked about delaying for a couple of weeks and making a decision as to agreeing to the setting up of the committee. If I read the documents, we have 21 months from the ascension of the bill to get the plan out. This isn't just about the formation of the Spatial Planning Committee. If I read through, there's the employment of a directorate and people and folk and things. So the question on my mind is, if we delay for 2 weeks or a month or whatever, we actually push a timeline out as to employing staff and people to do the work. And whilst it's stated that Christchurch City will pick it up and they will hold the pen, if I read these documents, it says the pen holders don't actually sit there and require employing. So my nervousness about pushing out is not whether it's 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks and agreeing with the committee. What are the consequences of putting a hold on that may then push things a month or two out down the other line and start to squeeze up that 21 months into 18 or something like that. Just a question in my mind of being able to get the work done.
I think the CE is going to say something to this.
Thank you through you, Chair. It's an excellent question, Councillor Sunkel. That too was our concern as the Chief Executives Forum. We felt that those roles could still be recruited, i.e. do the job descriptions and get out to market so that when this lands, those processes are underway and they don't further delay the committee itself from being able to be up and running.
And just for clarity, there has been budget approved through the Mayoral Forum for the first year of the spatial plan. So there is budget being approved by the appropriation of the existing Mayoral Forum budgets, which is 20% the region, 20% the city, and then cascading down from there. So there is a year one budget already approved through the Mayoral Forum for this work.
Just in reading the papers, it did state the committee would be formed and then they would inform the process to do the employing. Yeah. But if it's underway, sitting underneath, that's fine. But it was just the way the sequencing looked on paper.
Okay, Councillor Gerard.
Just to add to that, if I may, Chair.
Yes.
So there is an acting director for the regional spatial plan currently housed in the Christchurch City Council. It's the same director who's there for the GCP, and he and his team have been lent for 1 day a week, and there's a proposal for 2 days a week while things are getting up and running. The other thing that I'll say is the proposed budget that was proposed by the Mayoral Forum will be discussed. That's one of the things that will be discussed in the in the next tranche of proposals, or so it's the Mayoral Forum had already had that discussion, and that will be what will be put to you all in September. The one point of contention, while that's been pushed into September, is because us 20%, Christchurch 20%, what those particular numbers, what does that actually mean in cash and in kind? Because we're already providing resource or information, so it would be useful while this council says yes or no that you actually know what that is, and we don't have clarification whether that's just upfront cash or in kind. Most likely upfront cash. But
Councillor Gerard, then Councillor Claire Mackay, then Councillor Mackenzie.
Just framing this in my mind. I think regional spatial plan will be an amazing tool, and whether this Spatial Planning Act bill gets through in time, because they only got days left. So I guess my question is, if the bill doesn't get enacted for one reason or another, something happens and we have to turn our attention to that, that would the committee keep going with the process, or do you think they'll just okay, the bill's not here, we revoke the decision?
I think that would all depend on if the bill doesn't land as legislation prior to the election, I suspect the committee would, and this is speculation because I don't have a good crystal ball, but I suspect the committee would maybe wait and see until what happens after the election, see what the intent of whichever new government is formed is following the election with that bill, and then decide whether to continue, make a decision then once the intent would be known.
Just a question on that. The time frame, it was 15 months, and the intention is now to go to 21 months. That is specifically, the clock starts after the royal assent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. So it's 21 months after whenever it goes, which is a little bit more time than 15 months. Olivia?
If I might add a comment, what we do know from what other parties in Parliament have signalled is that reform is important, and that the legislation, if it doesn't pass, they're not looking to, even if it did pass, they're not looking to revoke it. So it would be making tweaks to the legislation around specific areas. So Rachel Brooking, who's the MP that's led a lot of the past government's work on RM reform, has been speaking quite a lot about this, and it's quite clear that they think spatial planning is really important and that concept would continue.
Councillor...
Just to add, process-wise,
yes.
Whatever legislation is not passed when the House rises will be on the table until after the election and then the new government is formed. The new government will either pass a
omnibus
proclamation or a note to say we're not going to go forward with this list, or we are going to go forward with this list, or if it's non-contentious, then those bills will continue through the House unencumbered. So again, it's just going to be so that Olivia's intel on what the other parties' intents are at the moment anyway is very helpful.
Councillor Claire Mackay.
Thank you, through your chair. I mean, I think it's just worth us remembering that the previous government did talk about having 14 regional plans across the region, so I can't see that they're going to suddenly change that. My question is regarding the executive level steering group. Is that CEs, is it?
Yes, I understand that they're talking about the executive level, the CEs, but then also more recent conversations I've had, they're also signalling maybe a director level as well.
And then we've got a group of planners, presumably that represent the region. So I'm not quite sure how big or small that group might be. And they're the people that are going to write the words on a piece of paper that the government's committee direct them to do. Is that how this is all going to work out? And I'm just thinking this funding mechanism is going to be a really interesting question in the next paper that comes to us.
So yes, I think at the moment we're sort of talking about we've got some existing structures in place. So there's the Mural Forum, the CE Forum. There's a policy forum, which is where sort of Amy's level sits, and then there's a planning managers forum, and we currently work together and have worked the planning managers group have worked together and help where we can to sort of form some of the advice that's gone sort of back up through to the Mural Forum. But yeah, sort of what that actually looks like. And once the work gets going, just noting that the majority of sort of planners with a regional view sit within this building, and yeah, what that actually looks like in terms of in-kind work is.
I'm just going to ask the CE to make a comment.
I think this is still a work in progress, Councillor Mackay, and will be very valuable to have a further conversation once the committee is in place and then an independent chair, for instance, is appointed. The Chief Executives Forum, though, recognised the significance of this work. And so Hamish Dobby is the chair of the Chief Executives, and he will have the oversight with regard to the planners group. My commentary within the CE's forum has been with a variety of questions. One is not just the dollar funding that each council might put in, but what's the FTE contribution that each council makes? And also, regional spatial planning is not solely a planning endeavour. It requires science and a number of other things like data, etc. And so the clarity around what's needed and what workforce may be needed is still part of that to be built. And I think it will be a further conversation with you in the next paper and briefing, but also subsequently from there.
Councillor McKenzie.
Just going to recommendation 7B, and you talk about our appointments to the Spatial Committee, proposing amendments, working with staff to propose amendments to the terms of reference. Is there an intent that would come back to this council for at least discussion or ratification, or are we delegating the appointments to the Spatial Committee the ability to do stuff without referring back to this council?
In my mind, that was delegating it to the appointees to the committee.
But we would take direction, obviously.
Councillor Megan McKay.
It was a starter for 10.
Look, I just think it's worth just taking a moment to just clarify exactly what we're talking about with the spatial plan, because I know that everyone has varying levels of understanding of what it may be. And I think some people might see it as being similar to the Greater Christchurch Partnership Spatial Plan, which is actually maps and mapping transport. My understanding of what the spatial plan is intended to do is actually not too dissimilar of what we already have in place, objectives and policies and methods. And so this is really an exercise in words that we already have in our regional policy statement and land and water plan. So I guess my question really is, because I can't see the future being fundamentally different through this process than what we have right now. So we already have a regional spatial regional policy statement that has maps attached to it that identifies things like our regionally significant infrastructure and enabling rural communities and rural activities. And I just want to really understand from the staff perspective, is it more like the map of the Greater Christchurch Partnership, or is it more like the regional policy statement?
I think it's more like the Map A in the regional policy statement, which is both. So it's got the policy that sits under Map A that tells you how it's read, and then you've got the map as well that says this is how we want to how Christchurch City is going to grow. So that's what it is. It's the combination of those two things.
Councillor Scott, Councillor Gerard.
Oh yes, we got this advice from an email that Stephanie sent out last night about, I forget what they called it, paint by numbers or something, I don't know, from the government. But it seems like national direction, national policies will have a big say in terms of how this is put together. And in terms of Megan's point, there might be more maps, more zones, more things that need to be taken into account, but more also direction from central government in terms of how those things will apply. They're talking about zones and buffer zones, and they're talking about enabling a whole lot of things and putting some pretty tight controls around things too. So your point about the maps is true. I mean, people will need some, if you like, spatial understanding of what they're talking about. Is that right?
That's right, and I think we kind of said paint by numbers. I think that's kind of down in the next layer in the land use plans. There's much more of a here's some zones and here's some rules that go with those zones, and you don't get to sort of argue about what the rules say either. At the spatial plan level, there's a bit more direction about what goes in there, but from what we saw yesterday, I mean, it is still quite high level. It just says you've got to map these things, and we'll tell you how later. Yeah.
Councillor Gerard.
So, yeah, I see this point of time in this new spatial plan that's to be done for the region as a really a real opportunity to look at what we have now and what could be in the future, as far as all the different natural processes that that we have to regard, and that is floods, fires, sea inundation, and groundwater levels rising, and all these different things happening. And so we need the basic natural processes, the landform types, and have those mapped, and have our catchments mapped, and so that we're understanding our catchments from the mountains to the sea to our coastal areas. So it's all that fundamental understanding that we need. So, and then from there we create new zones. So we're not just plucking out of the existing plans and saying, "Oh, we've done it." Isn't this a wonderful opportunity to really examine what we need to be doing to help those people down there in the building down there with their emergencies, that we're not putting our infrastructure and our urbanisation and our industrial areas in the wrong place, and that we're keeping people safe. We're continuously putting development in dumb places, and we need to have a rethink. So I think this is a good opportunity, and can we do that?
I agree. It's an amazing opportunity, and I think that the thing that a spatial plan will be able to deliver where an RPS probably wasn't best placed to be able to deliver in the past was actually being able to help visualise where the opportunities are. So you could, once you've kind of got your constraints mapped out, the spaces in between are your opportunities, and I think that's really exciting.
You still have fast-track legislation, which could just do its thing anyway. So, did I just go there? All right, Councillor Davis.
In the Planning Act, Olivia, is any wording on the district adaptation plans? How do we feed this in? Because we know 2050 things are going to be really different, and the journey there will be messy.
Yes, I'm casting my mind back. They did make a change at the select committee stage on the planning bill and the natural environment bill to take out some of the references to climate change. But there is a link between the climate, I can't remember which climate bill it is, but one of the climate bills where you have to take into account adaptation planning through your regional spatial plan. So in terms of that piece, yes, there's an opportunity there. Yep.
I mean, they call it adaptative planning, which is the world is doing right now, but we're kind of a little behind.
I'll just add one other point. The opportunity is really big in the spatial plan space, and we know that the government's been very clear on the need for better adaptation in response to hazards, and so that is the space, irrespective of whether or not national direction constrains what you can do because of that funnel. I think hazard planning is going to be that really fundamental space. Yeah.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and this might be a question for you rather than the staff, but in light of the answer to my question about 7B, which was that we'd be delegating our representatives to make the decisions on terms of reference, is the intent for those representatives or the alternates to report back on the progress of the Spatial Committee to this council, or is that going to be a closed shop?
Maybe Stephanie and I have had a conversation about the reporting back mechanism of the Spatial Planning Committee and the activities of the meetings that happen coming back to this council, because the last thing that I want is a spatial plan to be done, or the big major stage gates to happen, and then decisions of this, because each council needs to make a decision and approve the spatial plan before it becomes a regional spatial plan. And the last thing I want is this council, don't worry about the others, but this council to be landed with a document and say, hey, look, approve this, without actually being part of the implementation or the whole process the whole way through, because I think it needs to be collectively owned by all of us. So that would be my intention, and whoever the members would be my expectation of them. If it was me, it would be my expectation of myself. If it was somebody else, that would be my expectation that way. But Stephanie, did you have any further thoughts about what mechanisms we may have around the reporting back of the progress of the spatial plan as it goes through?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, my suggestion to you as councillors is that staff put options to you and we work those through. There, you could use your usual committees, you could have a working group, there are different ways of doing this, but I think given the interests around the table, it's best if we give you some options and we work together, and then we land that in a way that gives you comfort and gives you the transparency, because I've also heard councillors with regard to that. I think that's probably the best way to go forward, Chair.
Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Mackenzie? Good, thank you. Do I have anybody else who got questions?
I'm reserving my rights to think about that before I answer.
Well, that's better than a no. Okay, so anybody else got questions of staff? Because we need to now start thinking about working through these resolutions. Councillor Robinson?
It's a hypothetical one, really, but it's still, in recent days, Forest and Bird, Environmental Defence Society and others have challenged the planning bills. And so just looking at the probably unlikely scenario of it not passing for many reasons, if in this process we agree to something and we put money up front, is there a risk there that the spatial plan may not be going forward as it's intended to at the moment? Or is that just the cart before the horse? I'm just looking at scenarios and concern or risk. And if it's not really apparent, then I'm not worried. But if it is, then that's money.
I think that a spatial plan has been signalled by successive governments. This is the bills as they're written and not the first attempt at this. And as Olivia said before, the opposition parties have suggested that they would continue with the reforms. So I think that there is a low risk that it wouldn't happen in the future.
All right, thank you so much, staff, for bringing us this paper and your expertise in this. And I just want to single you out, Amanda, for your efforts in this. I know that it's been frustrating for you and your teams, but I just want to say thank you for the work that you've done. And I know that there's been disappointment on your side on different elements moving through this. So, but you've been doing the best that you can. So thank you so much. All right, now we need to work through these resolutions. Here we go. If we've got the resolutions up on the screen, we might need to just shrink them a little bit so we can get a few more there. The first 4 resolutions are literally just receiving the report and noting the points from... No, sorry, the first 3 are literally just noting and receiving. So I propose to put those as a block and get them out of the way. First, can I have a mover for that, John, and Councillor Sunkel and Councillor Ward? I'm not going to propose to have a debate on this point because they are literally just procedural. So all those in favour? Aye. Any against? Councillor Faulkner against? Right, we'll move into the next recommendation, which is recommendation 4. Oh, sorry, that's carried. Recommendation 4. Which is to approve the establishment of the proposed Waitaha Regional Spatial Planning Committee. So this one I anticipate there will be debate on. So what we'll do is we will have a mover and a seconder for that, and then we'll have debate on that point so that we can then avoid the second point there. But this is the substantive of approving the establishment of the proposed Waitaha Canterbury Regional Spatial Plan as a joint committee under the Local Government Act 2002. This puts us in the room for a first point. So who wants to move that? Councillor McKenzie, any seconder? Councillor Robinson? Okay, so I will open this one up for debate. Councillor McKenzie to start.
I've nothing really to say other than the discussion we've had to date about this topic is that we are obliged, I think, probably to support the approval of the committee.
Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, I'll just wait till later, thanks.
Okay. Any others? Councillor Scott, Councillor Mackay, Councillor Sunkel. No, Scott, I said you first.
Then, so I think my concerns are in the fact that we've got a month to go and we'll be more certain. And therefore, I'm not sure if we've got any urgency whatsoever to actually shift any further forward than we are at this point in time. I think that I've been really concerned about this paper for quite a while, and I spent a lot of time thinking about why I'm concerned about that. But you know, the points, if you go through the paper in terms of the funding proportion of that, are we going to just lay down and accept that? I don't agree with that. And I believe that the point that's made in this paper about the city saying that they need 3 people on that committee is just pure blackmail from the city. And I'm wondering whether we agree to some of this stuff, whether we look tacitly agreeing to what the city's saying. And they've also said if they can't get 3, they're not going to be part of this. So, you know, I'll be prepared not to support this whole paper on that point alone, so that we can have some decent conversations on that. And you know, that needs everyone to agree. Well, there's parts of this and there's points of this that I don't agree with. We still hold the regional policy statement, and we will hold that regional policy statement until we have something to replace it. Mm. And so that's our responsibility. It doesn't sit with anybody else at all. It sits with us. And presuming that we can just let that go, let our responsibility go for that, I think it's just being a bit lazy, a bit presumptuous, as I said before. So I'm not sure where I go with this, Chair. Happy to listen to others in terms of their position on this. I still think that we need to move through and put 2 people forward to show that we need to put 2 people forward, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Councillor Mihi, Claire Mackay.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Look, I think that Councillor Scott has certainly expressed some of my concerns, and I was very disappointed with the draft terms of reference and the letter that was appended as an attachment to us for this discussion, and it doesn't provide the clarity. For me, I think that we do need to signal that we want to be part of the committee. I fail to see how we can actually have a joint committee under the Local Government Act, Section 7, 30 and 30A, which talks about everybody having to be agree on it, and that's the real nub of it for me. So my suggestion would be that we could amend that and just stop it at Spatial Plan Committee.
That would require you to make an amendment.
Well, I would be prepared to put an amendment on that we delete as a joint committee under the Local Government Act off. It doesn't stop a joint committee being formed if that is what happens in 6 weeks' time or in some time in the future. But it also gives us options under a planning bill of an alternative structure. So if I could get some support, I'd be happy to move and second that.
I've got a seconder for. Well, I'm going to ask the staff to come back to the table, and what I would like to know is the proposed rewording of that. Does that make any material difference to what's been achieved? If staff can come back to the table, so if somebody can then answer that, that would be quite useful.
Just in answering that question, if you retain the word proposed, are we referring to the proposal, which is the Canterbury Regional Spatial Committee under the LGA, bloody blah, or are we just talking about establishing a spatial committee?
That's a question to ask. I think the staff would be best to answer.
I think the difference that it makes is whether or not the committee can be formed as a joint committee now, or if the committee must wait and be formed in accordance with the Local Government Act under the Planning Act. Sometime in October, but yeah, that's my read of it. I think it was different to Amanda's read as well. Don't know.
Councillor Mackay, have you got further questions on that?
Well, around my reading of the Local Government 30A says that you have to have the agreement of all the TAs. So we're not going to go anywhere given the current position of one of our TAs. So what have we got to lose?
Well, we're actually getting questions of the staff. We brought the staff back. I asked a question.
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe we could have an adjournment. And that way.
I think we're going to have to adjourn because it might actually fundamentally change the intent of the resolution. Seems that I've got a moved and seconded amendment. I now need to adjourn and we'll get the advice and we'll come back. Go live. Welcome back. Thank you very much for that short adjournment. We needed to make sure that the words are correct because this is quite important for the future of Waitaha Canterbury. Now, where did we get to with, we had a slight changes to the words in the amendment. The slight change of wording from what Councillor Mackay put forward was the word proposed Waitaha Canterbury Regional Spatial Plan Committee. What was that? Oh, it was the last, yeah. Okay, so now, Councillor Mackay, do you want to speak to your amendment here? Okay.
Not at this stage, thank you.
Peter Scott?
Yeah, I just asked. I'd just like to ask, and this may be just coming out of sheer ignorance on my behalf. What's the difference? No, what's the difference? Sorry, what's the difference that has been proposed by Councillor Mackay and Councillor Campbell to 4? What does it mean?
I don't know.
Sorry,
I don't know the answer to that.
As the original recommendation that was put up there recommends that it will be a joint committee under the Local Government Act, which means everybody has to agree to be under your Schedule 7, Peter, Local Government Clause 30A, all of the TAs, LAs, local authorities have to agree on what it looks like. We don't know what it's going to look like yet. We also know that the context of what's coming at us might be also different. There may be options.
Question to that: isn't there more protection under 4 than there is under what you're proposing? Because the Local Government Act it gives some protection in terms of agreement under 30A. So what I'm thinking is, this is my snake brain here. Like, I'm thinking that you want to have an informal arrangement so that everyone can then go agree and then form a committee, because it still have to have one formed under the Local Government Act, don't we? You what?
I don't know how to deal with this because it's. I don't.
I'm going to vote against it. I know that.
Anyway, we're in a debate now. So, Councillor Davis.
I'm thinking, Claire, are you doing this because we still want to form a committee, but if you do it under the joint committee under the LGA, everyone has to agree. But there's things that we know we might not all agree to, but we still want the committee? Is that what you're thinking?
I think the basis of it is to send that positive message that we want to be part of a special plan committee. As to what it actually, that proposed special plan committee looks like, we haven't got that clarity yet. In fact, we know that there is, we've been advised today that there are several councils that have already agreed to the drafts that have come. We know there is one that has put an alternative proposal on the table. To allow the special plan committee to form under the joint committee, which is written up there in the recommendation, everybody has to agree. So right at the moment, we're not going to go anywhere, even if 10 of the 11 agree.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Mackay.
So I support the amendment, and the reason I support the amendment is I think it does not matter either way from my perspective whether it says under the Local Government Act, and it gives more options for what might happen into the future, and it might be under the Planning Act. So from my perspective, whichever act it is going to be will be actually driven by what this government sends our way. So I'm really quite comfortable accepting that amendment. And I also think just on the substantive point, which is kind of connected to this, I agree, it shows leadership. We are regional councils, regional councillors showing leadership in the regional space. So I agree with the amendment.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Well, as the mover of the original motion, I just want to support the comments that Councillor Mackay has just made, and that the intent is to support the formation of the Regional Spatial Committee, regardless of how it's formed or what it actually looks like. Because we don't, as Claire has quite rightly pointed out, we don't know the answer to that. And,
Councillor Faulkner.
I've thought about that, both the point 4 and the amendment, and I agree with Councillor Mackenzie. I think it puts the onus on to the TAs to make a commitment and move forward with a little bit of discipline and determination. And the amendment, I think, softens the whole approach, and I don't like that position at the moment. I think we need to be a little bit more determined in where we go.
Councillor Campbell.
I have seconded this amendment basically because I think the whole approach from government down and the responses to it are ever so slightly messy, she says, being polite. And I think there is just so much uncertainty and so many differing desires and stances that we're hearing or not hearing. For example, one of the thoughts that I had is that I have some sympathy for Christchurch City Council and its approach, but my approach to that would be looking at the contributions being made and noting that both Christchurch City and Environment Canterbury are down to contribute almost twice as much as the next biggest council. And whether the committee as proposed gives fair representation to that, and I'm not sure it does. So I want to say, yes, we want to be part of it, but I also want to say what's being proposed at the moment and what we have in front of us is a bit of a mess, and that mess needs to be sorted out.
Councillor Moody, and then Councillor Davies, and then Councillor Sunkel.
I agree with Councillor Campbell's points around proportional representation. Number of people on the committee. It doesn't seem fair to me to have tiny TAs having the same voting power as the biggest groups paying the most rates like ourselves. I'm concerned, and I'm holding this lightly because I don't know, but I'm concerned that I like the current proposed under the Local Government Act because it includes our Ngāi Tahu representatives, and I'm just worried that under a new sort of regime they might not be there, and I'd be less keen on the amendment for that because in the current proposed standard we get to we know we've got them there at the table. Yeah. Do we know if that's?
This is just keeping the door open for any either the Local Government Act or the Planning Act, so it would be the same either way. I don't think your concern is going to be changed by the amendment.
You don't think we'll lose our Ngāi Tahu reps if we're under one of those other regimes like we would be signing up for in the red? No. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Sunkel. No, who was next? Councillor Davies.
Yes, I'm just, I might have missed it, but did we receive legal advice on the amendment? And is the intent of the amendment to remove a statutory basis from the establishment of the committee? And in that case, shouldn't we remove the word committee? Because if we're going to establish a committee, under what powers does it have? Under what authority does it operate? I'm confused by this amendment.
Legal counsel, are you able to give us an answer to Councillor Davies' question, potentially?
There was a brief discussion around the power that would be establishing the committee, and we could use the general competence powers under Section 12 of the Local Government Act, but I think it's cleaner to leave it out of the resolution at the moment. And as you say, it makes space for if the Act comes into play before, and then that will take precedence, or if the Act says it's under the LGA, then we can amend and pivot at that time.
Does it satisfy your question, Councillor Davies?
So in that case, we're establishing a committee under an act that is not legislation. That just doesn't feel like a correct process to me.
Doing is approving the establishment of the proposed regional spatial plan committee. So it's a yes.
I think what we can, in your papers, what you'll see is the paper from the regional, the draft paper that came from the regional, from the Mural Forum. that is the proposed Waitaha Canterbury Regional Spatial Planning Committee, and it details the mechanisms within that. So all this is doing is detailing, just going back to the original wording that was in the Merrill Forum paper, and leaving a little bit of room for whatever comes to allow the committee to be established, rather than having to come back to us all the time if things changed. Does that make sense, Councillor Davies?
Yeah, I think I kind of understand the rationale. I'm just I haven't experienced this kind of procedure before, so I'm considering abstaining on the amendment. Thank you.
I think it's new for most of us. Oh gosh, more questions. I had Councillor Robinson and then Councillor Sunkel.
It was actually for Robin as well. Sorry, Robin. With regards to what we're talking about and committees created outside the LGA, it usually has direct referral or link to that bill or act that it implies to. And so that standalone without the context, for me, doesn't make sense. And I would be abstaining too. I'm sorry, but it's process.
Am I correct? You're looking for the statutory basis to be able to approve a committee? Is that your question?
Well, it's a committee that sits outside the LGA under proposed legislation that might be in next week or the week after. We don't know. So what would be the act or bill that sits outside the LGA that it refers to, because it needs context if that's going to stand alone without the LGA in it, because it's not just a working group, it's might have authority at some point.
I think one of the key points here, and we have made it a couple of times, so we've been sharing our worry, is that we've got two streams of legislation in flux at the moment. So what we're trying to do here, and Robin has been doing her best to help us, we want to signal that we are supportive and, we're up for it, but we don't actually know the detail, and we don't, as Councillor Davies has also pointed out his concern, or does it make sense? Because we're not sure which part of the legislation it points to, and we've been having those conversations with MCERT as well. We want to show positivity, but we don't want to tie us down to something that A, isn't correct, or B, is so wide that then we've given tacit approval to our fellow our local authorities, and then we've accidentally agreed to one having 4 and one having 5, or whatever it may be that comes through. So,
just for clarity, then, if this goes through like this, the overarching Local Government Act and the context of that still applies, or what is the overarching body in which this committee sits? Was it just too much? We don't know. Sorry. It's so new. It's just weird, isn't it?
Olivia can help answer.
Oh.
Olivia, do you have...
So thinking about what the intent is that you actually want to achieve through this amendment, effectively you want to send a signal that you want to keep working with the Canterbury Mayoral Forum on those next steps. An option is not to have a resolution around the approval of the committee, but instead to frame it as something like agree to work with the Canterbury Mayoral Forum on the next steps to establish the Canterbury Waitaha Regional Spatial Plan Committee, so that you are sending a signal around that and then you're away from the appointments. That is one way to send a signal, but it's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there we there's a lot of Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, we've got an amendment on the table. We need to. What's that? Yes, we're still in debate on the amendment. So if there are no further questions of staff from Councillor Robinson, I'll ask the staff to stand back from the table. You've got a question from the staff. Okay, Peter, Councillor Scott.
Yes. So Amy, given what you said before, and we're trying to box a little bit clever around the subject, is there another way of being more direct than messing with the amendment? Because I tend to agree that there's less risk in 4 than there is in the amendment. Well, so you got covered under the Local Government Act, Section 30, Section 7 and 38. God. 2. Yeah.
So I think there's 2 risks that you're trying to manage. One is if you go with the Local Government Act as the reference, then there is a risk that something comes through the Local Government System Improvements Bill that then restricts voting rights to elected members. On the other hand, the Local Government Act provides you protection in that all members have to agree to the appointment. So there's risks and benefits, and so that is why having that reference to Local Government Act creates both a protection and a potential problem. So that's why possibly around the signal of working together might be.
Isn't this a little bit about saying it's going to be better? We know it's going to be better and we're going to get coverage, rather than saying, hey, we're happy with this. This is the way we have operated in the past and we're happy with keeping going like that until something changes. We've always said here, nothing changes until it changes.
Okay. Councillor Moody.
Thank you. Am I right in thinking that if I vote for the substantive number 4 in black, then that's the most secure way for me to ensure we've got the Ngāi Tahu representation on the Spatial Planning Committee?
No. All right.
The Ngāi Tahu representation isn't under the Local Government Act. It's under the Canterbury Regional Council Ngāi Tahu Representation Act, so it's a different act. Do you want to? Yeah. And so on the spatial plan, the appointees around representation for Ngāi Tahu, they actually have to come through the local authority as well.
Is the Ngāi Tahu? Sorry, can I please say something? The Ngāi Tahu appointments on this spatial planning proposed spatial planning committee have come through the Mayoral Forum, and they are being now. The proposal is on page 32 of the agenda. That's what was provided to the Mayoral Forum. So every council is now having to make a call on that. We're making our call today. If all of the councils around the region didn't like that and we approved it, then I think we'd have problems. But it would have to go back to every single council to change. So I think your worry isn't substantiated in terms of what you're trying to say, because it's there, it's in the proposal. So we're saying we are approving the proposed Waitaha Canterbury Regional Spatial Plan, which starts on page 32 and details all that.
The staff seemed to think I was talking about the ECAN Act and not realise I was asking about the spatial plan, so I just didn't get the yes or no answer I was hoping for to give me that confidence. But you could say, yes, that's right. That's right.
I mean, one thing, and I'm at the risk of my CE frowning at me down the other end, we are coming back to you in September. So you could say that we support the direction of this work, and that we could come back once, and then at least we will have a decision on the Planning Act, because the House will have risen. If you want, that isn't also an alternative to kick the can down the road. Note that you're supportive of the direction, and that we'll come back in a few weeks' time. Do I have any? I need to move this meeting on. So
Thank you very much, staff. I will ask you to leave the table now. If there were anybody who had any further debate on this amendment, may I please get you to debate? I know I've had 3 for it. Do I have anybody that's against it? Councillor Sunkel?
Thank you. I'm a little more comfortable with the amendment as it sits, but I am still in favour of the original motion. There is risk associated with whatever we do, whether we work under the Act or don't work under the Act, or we have some benevolent, we're happy to form a committee when the legislation ascends, which may be by sometime mid-October, and golly, it's almost Christmas time. So how far do we want to kick cans down the road, not make decisions and just be grumpy because we don't like it and what the government's doing? I'm not an advocate for what's happening, but the reality is we either get on with it. Perfection is the enemy of outcomes. And so if we want to prevaricate and find all manner of reasons not to do stuff, we will be months down the line before there's a decision made. I kind of feel that by doing what we're talking about, we're adding to the discontent of the other 8 or 9 or 10 parties that sit there. Grist to the mill, petrol to the fire. We're almost validating the city in a sense of going, oh, well, if you're going to do that, we'll do this, and someone else does that. We have an absolute bugger's muddle where we have every entity deciding they're going to do this. This is about coming together for Canterbury, and it's all about Canterbury. So I can kind of accept the amendment, but I won't vote for it. I like the original one. For me, it's about timelines. There is so much uncertainty that we might as well get on and do with it, because a month's time is going to provide us with no more certainty. So I speak against the motion.
Councillor Gerard, are you against?
Yes, I'm against. I think we need to just get on with it, because it is a big project, and the earlier we can work with the teams that are going to be doing the deliverable, the better. And also, but I would like to put forward that I think as a regional council, we're the probably the ones that should be having 3 people around the table, because we've have to cover the whole region.
We should have 10 then.
Yeah.
Okay, now I want to put this amendment. Oh no, Councillor Mackay, you do have a right of reply, so I'm going to give Councillor Mackay her right of reply, and then we'll vote on this amendment.
No, I'm going to leave it on the table to be voted on, and people can make their decision. Look, my intent was to show some leadership actually, and provide the support here. There is a lot of confusion out there around getting a joint committee formed. And I think that by taking it off, I think we just opened the door. When you actually go and look at your papers from 26 onwards, which is the terms of reference that have been provided to us by the draft, it talks about the committee tasked to fill the statutory functions, duties and powers required to prepare and maintain Waitaha Canterbury Regional Spatial Plan. Over the page, on page 27 at the top, it says the Planning Act requires the committee to be set up either as under the Local Government Act or as an existing established committee established under legislation. Then just 2 bullet points later, it says the committee is supported by a secretariat required under the Planning Act. There is a whole lot of confusion around the terms of the reference of whether we're going to be working under the Local Government Act or the Planning Act. It is disappointing that we've had conversations today. I know that we felt a little bit perhaps, I can't even think of the right word. I'll rephrase that. I think we show some leadership by not letting ourselves play the same game as a neighbouring partner. Look, fair representation and proportional representation is always very contentious, and I think that the original suggestion of how each TA or LA was going to be represented was probably the most fairest way to proceed. So look, I'm happy for this to be put for the vote, and if it'll pass or fail on the members.
All those in favour, please say aye.
All right.
Any against? Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against.
Did you get Davies as well?
Yes.
Joey.
And that means that, can you put your hand up if you're in favour? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's carried.
He hasn't been here all day.
Okay. That motion is carried 8-4-7 against.
That's wrong, man.
And there was an abstention from Councillor Robinson.
Discussion.
Yeah, no, I got Davies as against. Okay, that means that now becomes a substantive. And we now need to vote for it. As the am I correct in my... yeah, we do now need to move that as the substantive. Now we need to move, because we're doing these separately, now we need to vote on that as the substantive. The way Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Robinson, it now becomes a substantive. Are you still happy with that? So the amendment now becomes a substantive. That's fine. Okay, so now all those in favour of the substantive, which is now approves the establishment of the proposed Waitaha Canterbury Regional Spatial Plan Committee, as was discussed in the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? So Councillor Scott is against, and abstention from Councillor Robinson. That is carried. Oh, and Councillor Faulkner is against. Okay, now we need to move to the item 5 and 6 to discuss the appointments of the councillors onto the Regional Spatial Planning Committee. How we're going to do this is we need to... This is a tough thing to implement, Chair, to be fair. We need to appoint members onto this. Councillor Mackenzie.
Having listened to the discussion around the uncertainty about it, forming the spatial committee in the first place, the considerable concern around the terms of reference, and a number of other uncertainties, it seems to me, and I would propose as an amendment if that is required, that at this stage we ratify you, Chair, as the appointment to the Spatial Committee until some of those details that are left to be unresolved are sorted out, and that we don't appoint a second or an alternate councillor to the role until the committee has been in fact established.
Do I have... is there any appetite for that? I'm just going to ask straight out. Is there any appetite for that? No. I don't think there's any appetite for that. Sorry, Councillor Mackenzie. I've given a due process. I've gone outside the standing orders and I just said, is there any appetite for that? Just for the public record, that is not part of the standing orders, but there we go. There is no appetite for that. So what I'm going to do from the chair, I'm just going to do this from the chair, is I'm going to name appointing Councillor Megan Mackay as the Canterbury Regional Council primary representative, and Councillor Peter Scott as the representative alternate. Now, are there any other names that want to be put into either of these? Councillor Gerard.
So I would like to put my name forward as an alternate.
All right. Mm-hmm. I actually made a bit of a mistake before asking that. I was going to say, are those two members happy to be named?
Well, just the point that I voted against against establishing committee. That's one.
You can still be on
I
it,
shouldn't
Peter.
actually have my name there.
Don't overcomplicate things. It's a long. Actually, I need to extend the meeting. Can
Yes.
I please?
So yes.
Can I please have a mover to extend the meeting?
So yes.
So Peter Scott is moving to extend the meeting. Councillor Ward is Councillor. Well, he just moved to extend the meeting, and Councillor Moody seconded it. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That is carried. Okay, no, that's to extend the meeting. I was very clear. Now let's go back to the appointment of the councillors onto the Regional Spatial Planning Committee. So we've got Sarah Gerard has indicated her interest. Do I have somebody who wants to move that?
Yes, I'll move that.
As an alternate? Okay, so Councillor Gerard has moved by Councillor Moody. So can we just put that there? That is for the alternate. So if we separate those two, if you drop Peter and Councillor Gerard into the next one, which is under 6, because they're alternates. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Megan Mackay as the... okay, that's Councillor Lamont. I'll just put that at the top. This is a bit out of kilter, but we're just going to work with it, please. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Peter Scott as the alternate? That of Councillor Ward. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Gerard as an alternate? Councillor Campbell. Okay. No. Councillor Lamont.
We're going to have speeches, aren't we?
Yeah, we'll get to that, please. We're just trying to let the staff. Yes, we will. Just let me go through this madness of my methodology, please.
And the voting system.
Yeah, we'll get to that. If we can just, please, staff, if you can just move Peter Scott and Councillor Gerard under 6, so that it's not, because they are separate.
Because they're 2 different appointments.
Sorry, team, we will get there. It's been a long day, but this is important.
I can see what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're spot on.
That's right. It doesn't need to be pretty. It just needs to work. And then if you also put Peter Scott there as well. And who was the seconder for Councillor Gerard for the alternate? Councillor Campbell. Yep. And if we can get Councillor Campbell as the seconder for Gerard. Do I have any other names for the primary representative? If not, then we don't need to do a vote. Councillor Megan Mackay is appointed as the as the council's primary representative on the proposed committee.
I'd like to be noted against that, please.
I will do a vote because it just makes it clearer. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against?
Against.
Councillor,
and noted, please.
Yes, Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Davies are against. Cranwell, were you against that?
I was for.
Okay, good. Right, now let's move to the, that's carried. Congratulations, thank you very much, Megan. Now we need to appoint the councillor alternate. So we've got Peter Scott and Councillor Gerard. Now that we have 2 names, we do need to do a voting system.
Is there no others?
Oh, is there any others that want to be on the alternate? Yes.
I support whatever we do, obviously, because you guys know that. And I know that Sarah has things in her head that we need to think about. And I will probably support Peter because I know that his depth of knowledge is needed. But I'm always willing to, if something happens to anyone, I'm happy to go to these meetings.
Excellent.
As an alternative. But I want to leave it over there.
So we need to now vote on a voting system for the appointment of the alternate. So the voting system that we can use is either the voting system A or the voting system B, which is in our standing orders. Councillor Campbell?
Can I just raise a point here? There's only 2.
Mm-hmm.
So they both end up as the same voting system anyway.
Yeah, they do. You're a good point. You're a good point. Okay, so it's a all right. What I will do, that's a very good point. So we'll just have to do year 4 against one of them, and then the 4 against the other, which will end up as the same, I hope. But what I will do is give each of those 2 councillors. Can we just have some silence, because I'm about to ask you both to say a few words in support of your nomination. So, Councillor Scott, I want you to go first. Can you please? You've got 3 minutes to give us why you want to be the alternate on the Spatial Planning Committee.
I'll give you one.
Okay.
Megan and I have spoken about this in terms of the representation that we could bring in. I've always seen this as a strong governance role, and I believe my governance roles around this table, I'll put them up in front of anyone's, and I've been here for 10 years. I've been involved in our planning process. I've got a commissioner's accreditation in terms of making good decisions, and I've seen the complexity in terms of the planning system down the south of here. We don't want to talk about south, but down south of here, and I made the point, that we've spent a long time trying to get the Mackenzie plans lined up between Waitaki, ourselves, Mackenzie District Council, and the other statutory authorities down there, Dock and Linz, and others, and that hasn't worked. We set up Te Mokahi was a really well-intended thing and didn't work. So there are some things down there that I understand that need to get sorted out through this process. I do also understand the rest of Christchurch, the rest of Canterbury. I've been involved in public transport since I've been here, and the Regional Transport Committee and the Greater Christchurch Partnership also. I've been involved with in leadership positions for 7 years, either deputy chair or chair, and I think those are the skills that I can bring. Fully supportive in terms of what Megan's argument is about the strength that she brings in terms of her hearing commissioners. And she said to me, the thing that made sense to me, she said she understands how words can change things. So thank you.
Councillor Gerard.
So it might take more than a minute. I offer the committee my spatial planning experience and ability to scrutinise methodology, resourcing and process as an oversight to support the secretariat. I emphasise methodology has to be logical and defensible. My background as a spatial planner and landscape architect spans urban and rural contexts across multiple sectors, giving me a wide and balanced perspective for strategic thinking. With valuable knowledge of ecosystems and catchment processes from the mountains to the coastal waters, my governing focus is Waitata Canterbury wide. I have a good understanding and a wide and integrative lens over our regional environmental, hazard and public transport core services and deliverable responsibilities. And definitely I will be able to apply this in the context of the spatial planning oversight. I've worked under the Town and Country Planning Act, and since 1991, the Resource Management Act, including presenting as an expert witness in council hearings and EPA hearing. The Canterbury Regional Spatial Plan will shape how Waitata Canterbury grows, adapts and protects what matters over the next 30 years and beyond, and it must be robust, transparent and trusted across the region. A key contribution I can make is testing whether the spatial plan's methodology is logical, defensible and workable. As a GIS deliverable, it is adaptable to allow for future natural events and significant changes in land use and activity. This is essential for adaptive planning, to managing growth, land use change, infrastructural demands, environmental constraints, and the staged implementation of the spatial plan in a way that supports ecosystems, communities, and their economies. And I'll leave out some. Having the right experience, good spatial planning process in place, coherent methodology, and clear communication will build community and governance consensus and reveal efficiencies and added value. I consider for spatial planning to be defensible, it requires understanding of different natural and land use systems within the context. The mapping of landform and ecosystem types within catchments and coastal areas, the ability to assess hazards and safety, environmental, social, and economic effects.
I'll just ask you to sum up. It's been 3 minutes.
Okay. So, I'm on the Canterbury Regional Waste Committee, and the experience has been constructive, and I've had enthusiastic interaction and feedback from the past and new councillors and from staff supporting the committee. So this is going to be bringing 11 councils together to develop a regional spatial plan through the new planning legislation and potential council amalgamation. And it will be complex and a challenge. However, with effective teamwork and sound process enabling committee consensus, the task is achievable. I do welcome the opportunity to help deliver a trusted, defensible and implementable regional spatial plan for Waitatā, Canterbury.
Thank you, Councillor Gerard, and thanks for your preparation on that. It's much appreciated. So I've just been informed that we do need to make agree on the voting system. They do both end up at the same place, so I'm just going to move that we use voting system B, which is just one round of voting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ward. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Councillor Moody's against. They end up exactly the same place. But anyway, Councillor Moody is against. Councillor Campbell? That's moved. Councillor Campbell?
I'm just wondering whether those of us who nominated and seconded get even just 1 minute to say why we did for the...
Who moved? If you really must, I'll give you 1 minute.
Yep.
Okay. So does the mover and seconder of Councillor Scott want to say anything? Councillor Campbell.
I just want to say that the reason that I've seconded Councillor Gerard is that in the time that she's been on this council, she has shown incredible tenaciousness. She has been knocked down at virtually every council meeting and has gone away, sorted it out, come back for another day. She has a different way of thinking, and it's important that we have different ways of thinking on this committee. And for those of us who say that we should be looking towards the future, not the past, we need that different way of thinking. And we also need someone who, in standing up to other members of the committee, is tenacious, will actually take it on the chin, go away, think about it, come back and put it another way. And I personally think that that person is Sarah.
Councillor Moody.
I also endorse Sarah Gerard for the role. I think with Councillor Megan Mackay, they make an excellent team because Megan has the lawyer's training and the ability to speak, hold forth and command the room at the Spatial Committee. And Sarah brings the lifetime of spatial planning knowledge. So to inform that, as the secondary person, so that leadership is informed. And that's what we need, of course, just as you proposed in the beginning when you said, well, you'd have yourself as the chair and perhaps Megan supporting you. I see this as more of that same good pattern of having a very strong spokesperson supported by a technical expert. So it's very logical and a good opportunity for Sarah to shine.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we need to go to the voting. So what I will do is ask all those in favour of Councillor Scott to say yes, or put your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and myself. That's 9. All those in favour of Councillor Gerard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 2 online. Does that add up? We're missing somebody. Okay, so again, we'll just go do this once more. Councillor Scott, those in favour, please say aye. Well, put your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, Councillor Davies and Councillor Cramwell were definitely for Councillor Gerard. So those for Councillor Gerard, please put your hand up again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was Councillor Gerard. You didn't put your hand up before. Okay, so Councillor Scott is the appointed alternate to the Regional Spatial Planning Committee. Do we need to do a vote? We don't need to do a no. Okay, so that's carried. Now, item 7 is the next part of this piece, which is the agreed or which is around the terms of reference. Okay, so we've got Councillor Campbell has moved B. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Sunkel. Do I have any debate on this? Councillor Mackenzie.
Just going back to the question I asked the staff about this recommendation, it seems to me that the any changes to the draft terms of reference should come back to this council, and I don't think it needs an amendment to say that, but I think that should be a clear, not necessarily for us to have to agree to, but at least report back to us as to what.
I think that would be, I think your expectation is what my expectation would be, and I will be, and I think the staff hear that, and I'm seeing nods from the Chief Executive, so thank you for being pragmatic on that, Councillor Mackenzie. Any other debate? Okay, I'm just going to ask everybody to vote now. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. And then 8 agrees to the delegate authority to the Spatial Planning Committee to appoint an independent chairperson at its first meeting, which whenever that may or may be. So may I have a mover for that? Councillor Ward and Councillor Robinson. Do I have a debate? Anybody want to say anything? No. All those in favour, please say aye. That is carried. Oh, any against? It's carried. Thank you very much. We finally got through that.
Well done, Chair.
Are you pleased? We've got there. Now we need to move into Metro Route 1 and 5 update. No rest for the wicked here. Thank you very much, staff. Pages 42 to 46 of the agenda, recommendation on 42. Derek and Giles will lead this. Can you please come to the table and introduce this report? Over to you. Yeah, it has got hot.
Are you hot?
After that, I am.
I wonder why.
It's just got hot in this room all of a sudden. Over to you.
So take the paper as read, following the availability of updated information in relation to the financial context which the council is working within. This is a recommendation to rescind a previous resolution in terms of the timing of any uplift in relation to routes 1 and 5. I can confirm that the business case was approved by NZTA's VOS committee, but that no funding has been provided for 26-27.
Questions, Councillor Campbell, then Councillor Davies.
And here are some I prepared earlier. Thank you for answering that question. So I emailed a couple of questions which basically run into each other, so I'll just read them out as they are. Is this a decision that could be delayed until our November meeting, at which point at least one of the major uncertainties you mention will no longer be uncertain, i.e. we'll know the flavour of the next government? And if we can't, why not? Precisely what do we risk by delaying?
Okay, so under the current council resolution, we're intending to uplift Route 1 and 5 from the end of January next year. To do that, we need to commit to our operator in about 2 weeks' time, or we miss that deadline. So obviously, if we continue under the current instruction, we run that risk of uplifting the routes, incurring the cost, and not getting funding in future. That's why we're here today.
In addition to that, in November, we will still not have an updated GPS, and we will still not have any decisions around the 2730 NLTF funding. And so there would be a significant risk that this council would either need to fund the next 3 years of the service 100% or withdraw the service, having only started it in January. So whilst there is an election in November, you're absolutely right, a number of the fundamental pieces of information that we need to give free advice to the council about the risks associated with making decisions will not have been resolved by November.
So just to dig into that a wee bit deeper, the resolution that we made was that we were prepared to fund 100% ourselves for a certain period of time, given the uncertainty that we faced at that point in time, which may have been up to a year. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, I think it was 9 months or so. I mean, I think at the time that resolution was made, we had a reasonable expectation that we would get funding in the next NLTP round if the business cases were approved. What we're seeing is that sentiment is changing.
There was also, Derek, there was also positive signals that we may even have secured funding in the current, but the financial situation of that activity class within the NLTF is significantly worse than it was a few months ago.
Can I say the reasons why? Because I think they're quite perverse and really annoying. So the reasons why are, as you all know, there was a war that happened in Iran. The prices of fuel went up, especially diesel. That diesel fuel cost was something that we advocated for some relief for to the government. The government provided that relief in the budget 2026 as a line item. So we then went to the Ministry of Transport, and through NZTA we got some money, some $760,000 for us, and then every other PTA across the country got whatever it cost was money that was there to offset those costs of the increase in diesel price. What they didn't tell us at that point in time was that they're taking that money out of the existing budgets that we were banking on being able to use for continuous programs and uplifting the service, which is why now the circumstances have changed, where that money now doesn't exist. There's a very disingenuous thing that the government did in that respect in saying, hey, look, we're going to help you, but we're going to take it away from your existing funding so that you actually can do less. So that's why we're in this situation at the moment, and I think Giles has got some extra.
Just to add to that, in the reason that we wanted to bring this paper was triggered partly by what the Chair has said, but also by the ministerial statement that was released recently, that without obviously committing the government, but basically gave a really strong indication that it is unlikely that any improvements will be funded either in the 2730 or the 3033 NLTF periods. Therefore, the risk of the council being left funding in 100% or having to withdraw a service increased quite dramatically, hence the advice that we have brought back today.
Yes.
Because I just want to work through all this so that if we were to uplift from January, we need to let the operator know in a couple of weeks. Okay. And I know that you're saying that this be deferred to the long-term plan, which would mean we would be making a decision possibly to uplift in July next year. No, the following year.
It takes approximately 4 months for an operator to be able to set a service up. So NLTF decisions will be made in late August, early September. if a positive decision was made then, we would propose to launch the service in January, February 2028. Yes. Having notified the operator as soon as possible after September. So, in effect, delaying any decision until NZTA makes its decisions. But one of the things we need to talk to Council about is how to position that within the LTP.
So again, I'm just trying to work through all the timelines in my head. The earliest we would be likely to get any funding if there's a change of government and a total change in its attitude towards public transport, we can but live in hope, would be January, February 2028.
Not strictly. The decisions for the period 27-30, so starting on the 1st of July, are made in late August, September 27. So what usually happens, or what normally happens, is whilst the decision hasn't been made, you have a pretty good feel that money will be forthcoming, and therefore you can start services in anticipation. Given the current situation, there will be no decision until August, September 27. We would then make a decision to launch the service, tell our operator, and the service would start in January, February 28.
And that would have attracted the necessary government fund. That's kind of, so if, again, I'm just playing devil's advocate here and wanting more buses on the number 5, if we worked back from that, given that we were possibly prepared to fund 9 months ourselves in current before all this landed, and if there was a change of government in November that appeared to be much more public transport friendly, could we make that decision earlier in the long-term plan, given that we were prepared to fund it for 9 months anyway?
If the circumstances arise where the new GPS, which will be released early 27 by the new government, gives strong indications that public transport will be more favourably supported, and or the South Island is more favourably supported, then yes, that decision could be brought back to Council in advance of an LTP. At the moment, based on the current government settings and what we know about the funding available in the National Land Transport Fund, I would put the probability of that at reasonably low. But yes, we could do that.
Councillor Davies, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. So we were aware around risks around co-funding through those decisions in May and June. So I'm just trying to understand the specific additional information that's been made available. Is it to do with the next NLTF?
Yeah, in short, yes. The level of detail we're getting through now about the shortfall in funding and the next NLTF is much more than we had previously. And again, as my colleague Giles said, the ministerial statement indicating next NLTF and the one after, and the lack of potential to fund improvements through those 2 NLTF periods.
So when we brought the decision originally in April, May, the indications were that there was a surplus in the current activity class, which meant that there was an opportunity that we could have got funding for the current financial year, which would have seen us running the service from January, February. If it had been supported in this year, it is likely that then would have been supported on an ongoing basis. Clearly, NZTA nor Council wants to start the service and then withdraw it. However, given the deficit position that's now in the Public Transport Services activity class in the current 3-year period, and the signals that there is very unlikely to be any significant funding available in the next triennium, our advice from a financial and a risk perspective is to delay the decision until more information becomes available, and we can take a rounded view of what is appropriate in terms of the other demands on the resources the council has and the various other moving parts that are going on in local government at the moment.
So supplementary, so that advice and that these signals, have they come verbally, or is there anything in writing?
So signals from NZTA are predominantly verbal, but the ministerial statement has been issued in writing.
And then just final question. How do these signals or this ministerial statement align with the Greater Christchurch Partnership's future of mass rapid transit?
That's a very good question, and obviously is part of a much wider conversation about the future funding for PT Futures and MRT. Based on the ministerial statement, it's extremely unlikely that funding would be provided in the next period. And again, as I referred to earlier, we need to provide advice to council on how to position these things in the LTP, on the basis that if you do not include them in your LTP, you definitely won't get any funding from NZTA. If you do include them, you still may not get funding, but also you don't want to impose collecting unnecessary rates on your community if the funding is not going to be supported by NZTA. We are working through the advice we will provide to balance that in the context of the wider challenges across all of our core services and the functions that we deliver as the Regional Council.
Got it.
Councillor Scott?
Well, just since Councillor Davies brought this up in terms of the news about mass rapid transport, about designations, are they just about all done? Do you know?
No, there's a lot of work going on in relation to what the designation might look like, but the actual designations have not commenced. And obviously, between ourselves and the City Council and maybe ideally other parties would need to fund that work. But we will be including, as part of council deliberations or considerations for the LTP, an amount of money to support MRT on an ongoing basis, as directed by council in earlier workshops.
In relation to Councillor Joe Davies' question around when we found out in the verbal updates that we've had from NZTA, Councillor Lamont and I had a meeting with them, with yourself, Giles. Maybe you could just, in a few words, explain how I felt and what I and the expressions on my face at that particular meeting when I was told about this about a week ago.
I wouldn't have described you as particularly pleased, Chair.
Exactly. I was more than unpleased. I don't even know if that's a word, but I tried to find any particular way to sway those two gentlemen, and they did not budge. Councillor Lamont and then Councillor Davis. I thought you had a question. Oh, okay. Councillor Davis.
She doesn't have a Dolly quote?
I do, but I'm saving it for the end.
My question is, do you have any sense of the number of people on 1 in 5 who did that bus or not to bus?
No, don't have that data yet. We can bring that to you at some point later, probably next month.
Any further questions of staff? It doesn't look like it. Thank you very much, team. Not good news. Going to have to work through it. Now, we've got some resolutions that we need to work through now. They're up on the screen. Do I have a mover? Councillor Claire Mackay, a seconder. Councillor, I don't want to second it. Councillor Sunkel is going to second. May I have Councillor Mackay Sunkel? Do you want to say anything?
Look, I think. Oh, sorry. Do you want to go first, John?
Well, I will. I note the disappointment, I guess, in Route 5 in particular, and what it means for Rolleston and the Selwyn district, and the absolute uplift that we need in those environments. It is what it is, but yeah, very disappointing.
Councillor Mackay?
No, I'm the same. It is very disappointing, and certainly the fact that and ultimately one might go to Waimakariri as well. But it is disappointing, but it's the reality of the world, I guess. We're working in money. There is only so much money, and I'm not sure whether a change of government is something to hang our hat on. So I think this is a realistic decision that we're making at this point in time. We can come and revisit if things change and the funding becomes available. So, yeah. Unfortunately, it is what it is.
Councillor Campbell.
I wish to move an amendment
Yes.
that we lay this report on the table and revisit it in our November meeting.
So technically, there's no reason I understand that this can't be put on the table. An amendment to delay or to defer the paper until
November.
Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Lamont. Councillor Campbell, now we need to debate the amendment.
This is the second time that this uplift of these two services has been delayed by money that we thought was coming suddenly being pulled away from us. We have resolved to be prepared to pay for 9 months of it from reserves if the signs are favourable. There may be a change of government in November, and between now and then there is an election campaign and much lobbying to be done. If I look at the Chair's report later in our agenda on page 69, he mentions that as Chair of the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee, the Chair is also a member of the South Island Regional Transport Committee, which draws together all the regional transport committees of the South Island to present a comprehensive picture of the South Island's transport needs. He also says that regional and unitary councils from across the South Island are using the report and the upcoming election to advocate for rebalanced transport investment in the South Island. Further down, building towards the general election, the November 2026 general election is a significant opportunity to advance key issues for Canterbury and the South Island. We've already heard that the VOS committee has approved our business case. We can spend the time between now and the election going to every transport spokesperson of every party and saying this business case has been approved. It's already been delayed once. It's about to be delayed again in our second largest city. When are we going to get adequate public transport funding for our second largest city, and what are you going to promise? We can come back in November knowing what the answers to those questions are, and we can still make a sensible decision if we need to. Or we can go, actually, things have changed. Our lobbying has worked. We're going to move forward. We don't have to make this decision now in this uncertainty, given that all the regional chairs in the South Island are lobbying for better transport funding for the South Island. We don't need to back down every time the government says no. Sometimes we can stand our ground, and sometimes we can say, just hold on, we're going to go do some talking. And I think we need to do that talking, because the people of Christchurch have showed us in the very recent consultation how much they want better bus services. And we need to tell them that it's not us that's stopping this from happening. It's the government that's stopping this from happening. We need to make sure that that message is really loud and clear. And we need to go and pressure, not just lobby, but pressure all those politicians who want to be in the government to actually listen to us and to listen to the people of Christchurch.
Councillor Lamont.
A fellow councillor said it is what it is. I think it is what it shouldn't be. This is our second largest city. We don't even now get the amount of money that we should attributed to us in order to provide even a basic level of service for people that really need it. And I almost choked on my own tongue when hearing, that NLTF funding, and yet funding was promised for running a gondola in Queenstown when we're really struggling to do basic bus services, and routes 1 and 5 really, really need that help. It is an election year, and I'm generally very, very calm and centrist, but it's a chance for us to stand up as we are elected people for our communities. And I really want to tell everyone, I will always love you, public transport. Got it in there.
Yeah.
And
is that another dolly?
It is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I am supporting this amendment. Let's give it a crack.
Okay, Councillor Scott. Yes.
Yeah, I love the passion that's been shown here in terms of your willingness and your want to advocate for your ratepayers, which I think's awesome. But any fundamental change, structural change, will come through the government policy statement in terms of transport, and then through the National Land Transport Fund, and then it has priorities. So it's not a simple process. It's a difficult process. Now the Regional Transport Committee, which our chair chairs, they are lobbying for a different set of money than public transport. It's more about infrastructure and maintenance of roads and getting delivery of those services, and that's where the funding shortfall is. I hope you're right. I mean, if there's a government change, I hope they give out of sheer regard to this being the second biggest city in New Zealand, I hope they give us a whole lot of public transport, but don't stop your good work.
Councillor Davis.
I'm totally in support. All we need is one minister to say it, and then we hold them to it, because it is probably the one thing that's holding us back here in the city. I was on the bus last night at 6:30, and there was tons of people on it, a bunch of young boys. Everyone's having a great time talking to each other about the day. It's an amazing thing we have here. But there must be thousands of people from 1 in 5 who need more buses. Thousands. So we just need to get that message across, and I think we can work on something with that.
I have a question of the staff, if I can get the staff to come back to the Giles, or Derek. The question I have in regards to this amendment is if this amendment passes, that means that the old resolutions that we passed through the annual plan are still in effect. You will then in 2 weeks' time required to go and get contracts and start the contractual work for the route. In November, if we then come back for a decision, no funding, no change, then we're faced with having to bring this one back. Is there going to be, how much money are we looking at potentially sinking in that? Because it's not asking us to delay you progressing the service, it's just laying this, because you're still required to do that work under the old resolution.
It would have to be a conversation with the operator if we do. They will clearly start to make preparations, we will clearly start to make preparations. There would then, if council brought this back in November and decided to accept the original proposed resolution, we'd have to have a conversation with the operator about the financial implications. Without that discussion and negotiations, I'm not able to comment on how much that would cost us.
You are, through our previous resolutions, required to very shortly
in the next 2 weeks,
those,
we would be
that you will be
seeking
going through contracts and whatnot. Okay. Councillor Campbell.
Just some clarification here. Previous resolutions didn't set in a time frame that you had to start contract negotiations. Is it that can you not delay the start of those contract negotiations?
I remember exactly. I think the resolution is in the paper. The previous resolutions is in the paper. In front of me. No, there's nothing there that commits us to, but what it does do is say that we will start the service during 27. So if there was a decision made in November, then we are probably talking March, April before the service would start.
Sorry, I'm going to introduce a new logistical challenge to this. We have a package of optimization that we are intending to introduce by the end of January. This would have been wrapped up in it. To do either this uplift or the optimization package, the operator needs to re-roster. Re-rostering takes about 3 months because there's union consultation, all this stuff. We can only do that twice a year. So if we do not do these uplifts in January as part of the package and we move forward with the optimization package, my next opportunity to introduce this uplift for Route 1 and 5 is going to be July-ish.
Councillor Mackenzie, have you got a question?
So just for clarification, if the amendment is passed, you're saying you can't implement any, and funding comes through, you still can't implement anything until July. So that's the effect of the amendment.
No funding will come through until August, September next year. There will be no decision from NZTA's board. There'll be signals in, obviously, policy statement that the government, whichever the government of the day is, announces. And then we know that the National Land Transport Fund will have significantly less money in for the next triennium than it has now for various reasons. The way that that's currently split means that will be no money for public transport. If the new GPS in, say, February or March indicates an increase in funding for public transport, we still won't have any decisions until August, September.
So passing the amendment will make no difference to your ability to. You don't have to have these bus routes in your January, whatever you call it, because you're not going to be able to move forward on this anyway. So the amendment actually has no effect on timing and doesn't require, to go back to Dion's original question, is there a financial cost implication? The answer is no to that, isn't it?
A small impact on timing is that, as per Derek, if the amendment was to pass and then the decision was to carry on, then we would be implementing in circa July next year. So that's 6 months earlier than we are currently recommending, based on the advice that we're providing.
Okay. Do I have further questions of staff while they're up at the table? If there's no further questions of staff, thank you for clarifying those points. Do I have anybody else on this for the debate for this amendment? Councillor Mackay.
Yeah. Look, I can't support this. I think we're hanging ourselves on something that may happen, may not happen. There may be money available. But look, a 3 months delay in where staff are actually going to have to carry on working on the recommendation that we've been asked to revoke there, I think that's not a wise movement. I also know there is some decisions to be made about the 44 and 135. And if we look at the staff recommendation that we will be looking at in the briefing paper, there's a considerable amount of money in there. And I think we just need to be thinking about where we put our money. As for with a pot of money that a new government, regardless of whether it's the current or a different political view, I mean, we've got health, cost of living, a whole lot of other things that the pot of money is going to have to be split through. So I do not see a whole lot of money coming forth for public transport as much as I'd like to see it as well. I won't be able to support this amendment.
Councillor Ward, is there any? I've had a couple. Anyway, Councillor Ward.
I'll keep it very brief. I cannot support this motion either because I changed the government, and all the other, it's clear, it's just alluded to. Or Councillor Mackay, there's lots of other pots that need money as well. And I just think we're trying to hang hooks on something that isn't there.
Any further debate? Councillor Megan Mackay.
I will be supporting the amendment. I think that it makes good sense, and there's always variability in all decisions, and we sit in the nature of politics. One of the reasons I'll be supporting the amendment is because the two people that put it forward, who have been the core service lead in Joe's absence, and who I trust I fundamentally try to trust the core service leads and the work that they present to us, and it sounds sound as well.
Okay. All those in favour, please. Oh, there is a right of reply. Councillor Lamont. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you.
Yes.
There's a saying that if you don't ask, you don't get. And too often, when bad news comes our way, we go, oh, okay then.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Oh no, I know you didn't, but I'm sensing a lot of that, and I get it. There's been so much bad news coming at us that we're all feeling more than slightly punch drunk. Yeah. When this bit of bad news came at me, I went this far and no further. I got angry, and I got angry because this is the second time this has been done to these two routes. And this is an election year, and our ratepayers do want better public transport. And I've been on a number 5 that leaves the bus exchange at 5 minutes to 3, and I can tell you it's a smelly, crowded, unpleasant place to be. We need this uplift, and we can't just roll over when there is a hope, any hope of actually getting this uplift. Our ratepayers want us to fight for public transport. So let's fight.
Okay. All those in favour of this amendment, please say aye. 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 Okay, all those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's carried. Now the amendment becomes the substantive. Councillor Mackay and Sunkel. Carry on? Okay. We were going to have one after this is done. So now we just need to move the amendment, move this substantial amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Councillor Mackay, Councillor Ward, Mackay, Scott and Mackenzie. That's carried. We will have I think it's right to have a 5-10 minute. Let's come back at 10 past. Yes. Okay. Item, thank you for taking the short adjournment. Item 9, report items for information. 9.1, council resolution status report. This is on pages 47 to 57 of the agenda. Are there any matters that need to be taken on that? If no, Councillor Campbell.
Sorry, I'm just getting organised. The item on public transport Aranui trial update. I just wanted to mention what was mentioned in the meeting with the Aranui community 1 week ago, and we might get some clarification on it, that actually my memory of what was said was that most of the new bus stops were actually signs attached to lampposts, which had led to a significant saving in the amount that we approved, that it wasn't going to, that the traffic management wasn't going to cost that much. And I'm getting the thumbs up from Giles.
Giles, are you able to come forward and just, for the record, clarify that? Confirm, deny?
I just
clarify?
thought we should have some good financial news.
Yes, I can confirm that on the suggestion of the councillor that the bus stops have been put onto lampposts, and that will result in significant saving. I don't know what that saving is, but yeah, I can confirm.
That's really good news. Thank you.
And it goes live on Monday, 31st.
Excellent. Good news. Any other? Thank you, Giles, for putting that.
Have any other good news, Chair? Sorry.
Any other items on this? If I can get the resolutions up on the screen, it notes the status of the previous resolutions. Mover by Councillor Faulkner, a seconder from Councillor Campbell. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. 9.2, previous committee activities and minutes. We've only got one, which is the confirmed minutes from the Regulation Hearings Committee. Councillor Mackay, do you want to say anything?
Yes, I think I'll have a say. I'll be very quick. This was our standard committee meeting. There was 2 decisions that we had to make around appointments. One was for a new consent application, just an air discharge for a spray painting business here in the city. We put a commissioner in there. And the second one was where an additional consent was required for a process that was already underway. And so we were just appointing the existing panel that we had recommended sometime before to hear those. Just would like to comment that we have a running dashboard at the back which lists the number, or it actually identifies the consents that are going through hearing processes. We're down to, I think, 11 on this particular, on the 24th of June. I think it's probably a couple less now. And of those 11, 9 of them were 2025. So we've still got a little bit of legacy ones, a legacy hump to get over, I suppose, but cleaning out the 26 ones pretty quickly. So hopefully won't be long and that issue will be resolved.
Are there any questions of Claire off paper? No? Okay, we'll have a mover. Councillor Mackay, seconded Councillor Robinson. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. Report from the Chair, 9.3, pages 65 to 67. I will just open it briefly. It says 65 to 76. Yep, no, it's pages 65. This is the report from the Chair. So, as you can see, another very full-on month. We've had the severe weather in Kiakoura, and I just want to acknowledge Councillor McKenzie and Councillor Sunkel for also doing some work in that space. That was very useful to meet with the MP of the area and go through the gravel piece. And I've also met with many of the people up there as well, and I think there's ongoing work that will need to be there. We've seen the closure of the simplification for the Head Start. I've had a fair bit to do with the old GNZ and to Urukahika space over the last month. Released quite a number of reports, including Before the Deluge, which I think is some piece of work that our regional sector can be very proud of. That's the point 3. Did that alongside Darren Ponta from Wellington, and we've met with ministers and other representatives on that matter. We've also had the release of the Te Urukahika, and I mentioned this before, the biodiversity work, and also the toolkit for the simplification for local government, which is around the functions of the regional government. And there was a fantastic Te Urukahika plenary that I have talked about before, and we had a speaker who was talking about leading through change, which I'd love to actually see our council be exposed to. So I think we'll try and work to make that happen. There's a number of key correspondences that you'll see in there as well. Really the main ones are just to government, again, advocating for our regional council especially, but mainly their regional functions in this time of change. And Phil Major, we've spoken to on the Aranui bus trial and sent a letter to him on that. If there's anything else or any questions that wants to be asked of me, now's your chance. But this paper is also a chance for councillors to, if you will note, this is also a chance for councillors to raise any things that they want to say that they've been doing over this period as well. So any questions or any councillors want to say anything? Okay, Councillor Gerard.
Question item 25, and it's about the biosecurity work.
Mm-hmm.
Talks just about productive land. I'm just wondering about our rivers, lakes, estuaries and marine environment.
No, so that report didn't go into that detail. This report specifically was on the productive, trying to target an audience in the short time frame that we've got. And so you've got to pick one audience and try and put a message out there. I think Te Urukahika could have gone down that track, and it's most likely they will in the future, but this was specifically on the productive economy, because that's the language of the government at the moment, and what we're trying to do is use their own language so that they can understand the benefits of it. You could always use other languages independing. Absolutely. So you got to work with what you got, and it's a limited time frame. Any other questions? If not, I will ask for somebody to move. I'll move it. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Mackay. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? It's carried. This next item, 10, resolution to go into the public excluded. The recommendation to go into the public excluded is on pages 77, 78, that Derek Walsh, Acting General Manager at Public Transport, remain after the public have been excluded. For item 10.2.2, for the public excluded agenda, as he has knowledge relevant to the matters under consideration. May I have a mover? Nicholas Ward, Councillor Ward, Councillor... Who's seconding it? Councillor Lamont. All those in favour, please say aye. And Councillor Gerard is going to abstain. We'll just pause for a few seconds and go. Can we just go back to the live stream? Are we live streaming? Yes. Excellent. I just need to say that in the public excluded part of the meeting, we also had Matt Fraser, Commercial Asset and Project Management Consultant, and Shannon Bennett, the Finance Manager, who were also included for our public excluded part of the meeting. Now that brings us to the close of today's meeting. It's been a long one. Thank you very much, everybody, for working through some of those items. They were important for us and for the region. The next council meeting will be held on the 23rd of September 2026 at 10:45. I'll now ask Councillor Gerard to close with a karakia.
Yeah.
Councillor Lamont? Do you want to say
I
something?
just want to close the circle for the day. We've had a big day, and so Megan and Petine, we've had to have this talk to you. Our happiness depends on you, and whatever you support to do, Jolene.
Well, that's the Dolly Parton version of the Karakia. Now we'll go to Councillor Gerard for the Karakia.
Poro hira hira, poro rara poro a tia whakawaro, poro a tia tangata, poro e ohwa, o poro e hira ne e a tahu. Morari ora ki a tātoa, hora mai e hui e tahi.
Kia ora, thank you.